Hallo iedereen.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Un abrazo muy fraternal desde una de las democracias más fuertes del mundo, Costa Rica.
Hello everyone, Muribanji.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the second Summit for Democracy. Since our first summit, our democracies have come together to meet the needs of our people and the challenges of our time.
We are tackling the issues that matter most to people's lives, creating jobs, strengthening food and global health security, and ensuring our children have what they need to succeed.
We are making strides to avert a climate catastrophe and unlock a clean energy future that is equitable and fair.
We're holding Russia accountable for its unjust and unprovoked war against Ukraine, showing that democracies are strong and resolved.
And together, we are defending the human rights and fundamental freedoms of journalists, activists, civil society, and indeed members of vulnerable communities who are too often ignored by those in public office.
Today, we're coming together again because we have to keep building on this progress and shaping the future we want for all of our children, all of them.
Democracy is how we can continue to create a world that is more free and more fair to everyone.
And it is up to all of us to show that democracies can continue to deliver.
So, together, we must continue to fight for free and fair elections.
We must continue to lift up reformers, especially young people.
To strengthen the free press and support the open exchange of ideas.
To counter corruption and all those who perpetrate it, and to ensure that technology is unleashed instead of undermine our potential for progress.
This is the urgent work we are called to do together for our present and for our future.
The stakes could not be greater.
But as democracies, if we work together, nothing is beyond our reach.
Because our greatest power lies in the unlimited potential of our people.
So thank you all for participating today. We've got a lot of work to do.
In December 2021, over 100 world leaders gathered at the first Summit for Democracy and committed to support the rule of law, fight corruption, defend a free press, bolster democratic reformers, and uphold universal human rights. In the 15 months since, we followed through on pledges, passed new laws, committed new funding, created new institutions, and worked together in new ways. NGOs and private companies made commitments of their own. Democracy gathered momentum and grew stronger, while autocracy weakened. We gather now for the second Summit for Democracy, convened by 5 co-hosts: the United States, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and Zambia, to chart a path forward and renew our shared commitment to democracy as the system best able to deliver for all people. We turn now to the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights are hallmarks of resilient, inclusive, and peaceful societies. But today, in many parts of the world, these values are under assault. The walls are closing in on civic spaces, constitutional rights are being curtailed, and civil liberties are being eroded. Freedom of expression is in free fall, dissenting voices are silenced. Human rights defenders face persecution, while prosecutors fighting corruption face reprisals. And journalists confront censorship, detention, and violence. The number of media workers killed across the world last year rose by a horrific 50%. Excellencies, engulfed in crisis, people are being easily seduced by promises of simple solutions. In these times of turbulence and turmoil, the siren songs of so-called enlightened despotism are resonating. But today, we see more and more despotism and less enlightenment. History has shown time and again that autocratic leadership is not a guarantor of stability, it is a catalyst of chaos and conflict. We are in the midst of dramatic upheavals. Technology is reshaping life as we know it. The tectonic plates of geopolitics are shifting, and global threats cannot be solved by any one government or organization acting alone. Strong democratic societies are places that are capable of self-correction and self-improvement. They can enable change, even radical change, without bloodshed and violence. And crucially, they are centers for broad-based cooperation rooted in the principles of equality, participation, and solidarity. Today, however, these principles are strained to the breaking point. Polarization is being supercharged by social media. Irrationality is running rampant, and science is under siege. Minorities and migrants are scapegoated. On current trends, full gender equality is 300 years away, and the foundations of social cohesion and trust in democratic institutions are being rocked to the core. And setbacks towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals are amplifying despair and discontent. To harness the power of democracy, we must strengthen its defenses. And this means investing in a new social contract with governments and their people to rebuild trust and social cohesion, bolstering the system of checks and balances, tackling inequalities, combating corruption, prioritizing education, and expanding opportunities, setting up guardrails in the digital world to protect against the perils while realizing its promise, and realizing the universality of all human rights, civil, cultural, economic, political, and social. Excellencies, growing up, my own country, Portugal, was ruled by dictatorship. I've seen how the repression of human rights is like a poison in the national bloodstream, dulling the vibrancy of society, robbing people of their dignity and potential. And I have lived to see democracy flourish, expanding horizons of hope and opportunities. Human rights and democratic values are our ultimate tool to help societies thrive in freedom, to achieve equality for women and girls, to vanquish xenophobia, racism, and hate, to advance sustainable development, and to forge peace. These goals are at the heart of the United Nations. Democracy flows from the United Nations Charter. Its opening invocation of "We the Peoples" reflects the fundamental source of legitimate authority, the consent of the governed. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights reinforces this through the assertion that the will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This year, as we mark the Declaration's 75th anniversary, let us give life to the principles it enshrines for everyone and together build a better, more just world for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Our first plenary session on the subject of democracy delivering economic growth and shared prosperity will be chaired by President Yoon of the Republic of Korea. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Honorable heads of states and citizens around the world yearning for freedom and democracy. It is my utmost pleasure to co-host the second Summit for Democracy along with the United States, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, and Zambia. And I welcome all of you to today's meeting. Let me begin the first session of the plenary for the second Summit for Democracy. The world is presently faced with a variety of crises and challenges. Geopolitical conflicts and rivalry over interest fragmented the international community and significantly reduced multilateral cooperation. On top of the bloc logic by authoritarian forces where they form cliques that outright deny rules-based international order, fake democracy represented by anti-intellectualism is lifting its ugly head globally. The first Summit for Democracy in 2021, with awareness of such issues, was held to jointly cope with the decline of democracy. We must embark on a new journey to revive democracy that is currently under attack through our painstaking innovation and coalition. I hope that the second Summit for Democracy will serve as a landmark, an occasion to further reinforce international community's concerted effort toward freedom and democracy. The history of Korea's development, just like that of mankind, was a constant journey for freedom, and our work to defend freedom is still ongoing. 70 years ago, Korea was able to defend freedom thanks to the help of the international community, and now we are fulfilling our duties and role as a facilitator of freedom in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, attempts to change the status quo by force threatens freedom. And fake news spreading in all directions through online media intimidates democracy that guarantees freedom. This, by threatening democracy, threatens our freedom itself. Democracy is a decision-making process for communities to defend freedom. Disinformation and misinformation and instigation distort public decision-making processes and disintegrates fundamental democratic systems such as elections. Limiting individual freedom should be based upon universally applicable laws and regulations, and that is rule of law. Liberal democracy that guarantees individual freedom can be implemented through rule of law. Since inauguration, I have emphasized freedom, human rights, and rule of law. These are the key factors that operate our democracy. It is clear that democracy is the only system and mechanism that defends and guarantees freedom of humanity. Korea, as a host country of the next Summit for Democracy, will do our part to further consolidate democracy that guarantees freedom and parliamentary democracy, which is represented by rule of law and representative democracy. Through close cooperation with the international community, we will robustly support the coalition to firmly defend democracy and take actions. I would stop here and now would like to listen to leaders participating as panelists for the first session and reflect on this issue together.
And now, the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic of Greece.
Mr. President, I strongly share your view expressed at September's UN General Assembly that genuine freedom is having the opportunity to live life to the fullest with dignity. But genuine freedom can only be delivered through genuine democracy. Adam Smith argued that laws and institutions that protect the liberty of individuals to accomplish their full potential result in greater prosperity for society at large. In Greece, we have learned that the hard way. The economic meltdown that gripped my country for much of the last decade threatened the very fabric of Greek society and weakened our institutions. Not anymore. In 2019, Greeks rejected dogma in favor of democratic resilience and reform based on strong legal frameworks and independent and representative institutions. And in the 4 years since, my government has prioritized the digitization of the state, waged war on corruption, and passed hundreds of laws modernizing my country. Our success does not lie in a top-down administrative process, but in the ownership of these important reforms by well-informed, socially minded, and engaged citizens who flourish in an open, tolerant, free, pluralistic, and democratic society. At the same time, government accountability and transparency, a free press, and equal access for all to a fair and impartial justice system is pivotal to delivering social justice and inclusive, equitable growth. And today, I am proud, Mr. Chairman, to report that Greece is one of only 3 countries in Europe to have incorporated the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals into our annual planning. And we continue and will continue to pursue reforms around digital transition and e-governance too, driving the so important direct participation across civil society, but also enfranchising young and old alike. But digital isn't just a great enabler of economic growth. It is a great enabler of democratization itself. Digital innovation, tech, and now artificial intelligence are helping policymakers offer global solutions to complex geopolitical issues, from the fight against climate change to the preservation of biodiverse habitats, from green energy provision to the understanding and management of the drivers of mass migration. But closer to home, digital reform is reducing red tape and administrative costs for businesses, delivering a fairer and less cumbersome tax system, and opening up access for all to digital services. We know that in countries devoid of transparency, accountability, and representation, with poor track records on human rights and the rule of law, limited civil society participation, and few, if any, strong independent institutions, the pursuit of political agendas over economic growth and prosperity is preventing citizens from achieving their full potential. And today, the threat to our democratic way of life is perhaps more acute than at any time in the last 3 decades. That is why we must never waver in the promotion of political, civil, and economic rights by bolstering democratic institutions and the rule of law, championing accountability, challenging corruption, and fighting for inclusivity. And by promoting economic development and prosperity, we are not only strengthening the foundations of democracy as a bulwark against those who threaten us, but also as an incubator for those who wish to join us, for those who wish every citizen to live life to the fullest with dignity. Thank you very much.
Next up is the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Премьер-министр Республики Индия. Ваше превосходительство, приветствую вас и приветствую вас от имени 1 миллиарда 400 миллионов индийцев. И идея избранных лидеров в Древней Индии появилась раньше, чем в других странах мира. И в нашем эпосе Махабхарата были прописаны обязанности граждан для того, чтобы избирать своих собственных лидеров. Мы с тех времен говорим о том, что политическая власть должна осуществляться консультационными институтами. Также есть очень много исторических свидетельств о республиканском правлении в Древней Индии, когда правители не были автократами. Индия становится матерью демократии. И ваше превосходительство, демократия — это не только структура, это также и дух. Она основана на верованиях, на духовных потребностей людей, и это также очень важно. И поэтому в Индии наша направляющая философия, она такова, что мы все вместе стремимся к инклюзивному росту. И наши усилия борьбы с изменением климата, экономия воды, справедливое распределение, чистые источники энергии для каждого. И все это, в основе всего этого являются совместные усилия граждан Индии. Во время ковида 2019 года у нас в основе реагирования были люди, наши граждане, и они смогли добиться того, чтобы были справедливо распределены наши вакцины в Индии. И миллионы доз вакцин были распределены, и все это произошло благодаря демократическому духу Индии. Так, один район, одна семья, один человек. Итак, ваше превосходительство, можно много поговорить о преимуществах демократии, но я хотел бы сказать следующее. Индия, несмотря на много глобальных вызовов, это самая быстро растущая экономика сегодня. И вот это является основой нашей демократии и демократии в мире. И демократия может добиваться успехов. И спасибо, президент Юн, за то, что вы возглавляете нашу секцию, председательствуете на ней. И спасибо всем уважаемым лидерам за ваше мнение. Большое спасибо. И следующий будет президент Демократической Республики Тимор-Лесте. Ваше превосходительство, дорогие друзья, и мы говорим с Тимор-Лесте, и я хотел бы поделиться своими мыслями о своем опыте как в качестве президента этой страны. Это мой второй срок. Первый срок был с 2007-2012 года. После своего первого срока я был заместителем генерального секретаря Объединенных Наций в качестве специального представителя в Гвинее-Бисау. И я путешествовал по всему миру, 135 стран в моем списке, которые я посетил. И я знаком с большинством демократий во всем мире и с большинством недемократических государств во всем мире. И для того, чтобы выжить, для того, чтобы процветать демократическим странам, необходимо давать людям их доступ к политическим лидерам, к правительствам, доступ к жилью, к здравоохранению, к образованию. Нельзя никого исключать, никого оставлять позади. Нужно относиться с пониманием к людям из ЛГБТ-сообщества и к людям с физическими сложностями, с особыми потребностями. Мы должны беспокоиться о всех. И в многоэтничном, многокультурном обществе мы должны принять всех. И в Тимор-Лесте у нас нет политического насилия, у нас нет этнического, религиозного насилия, и мы являемся процветающей демократией. У нас абсолютная свобода печати. И вот кто может создать это условие? Национальные лидеры, лидеры этичные, скромные, со своим видением, которые привлекают всех, которые призывают всех к участию в диалоге. Нельзя демократию навязать снаружи. Демократия должна проистекать от нас, от национальных лидеров. И я не говорю только о президенте, я не говорю только о правительстве, я говорю о лидерах сообщества, религиозных лидерах, университетских лидерах, гражданском обществе. И это демократия может выжить только в этом случае, только если наши друзья, Соединенные Штаты и другие централизованные общества помогают в уничтожении крайней бедности в развивающихся странах. Если у нас у всех есть доступ к чистой воде, если мы все будем работать над сохранением окружающей среды, у нас, в нашей стране и во всем мире, большое спасибо, что пригласили меня участвовать в этом замечательном форуме.
Премьер-министр Итальянской Республики. Большое спасибо. Хочу выразить благодарность президенту Байдену за организацию второго саммита в поддержку демократии. Эта инициатива — прекрасная возможность для наших демократий показать общую работу перед лицом невероятных вызовов и новых угроз, которые возникли в начале с появлением пандемии и в результате жестокой агрессии России. Мы все верим в демократические ценности и в то, что демократия должна приносить результаты. Именно этому посвящена сегодняшняя сессия: экономический рост и общее процветание. С древних времен люди обсуждают связь между формой политической организации общества, которую они выбирают для своего существования, и тем воздействием, которое эта форма оказывает на экономическое развитие. Демократия и экономическое развитие тесно связаны между собой. Развитие человека, развитие страны, экономическое развитие в общем могут серьезно влиять на процесс демократизации. Только демократическая система может обеспечить необходимые условия для устойчивого роста, принимая во внимание те положительные тенденции, которые могут возникнуть, и обеспечить позитивное развитие, равноправие, правильное функционирование свободного рынка и необходимость сделать все, чтобы все институты были стабильны, действовали быстро и эффективно. А это означает возможность полагаться на международный уровень развития, сфокусировать внимание на основных стратегических направлениях развития, ставить перед собой далеко идущие цели. Именно этим занимается мое правительство. На самом-то деле мы твердо убеждены, что наши демократии могут только укрепляться, могут становиться более стабильными в результате президентских реформ. Я считаю, что эти реформы имеют огромное значение, являются крупнейшим стимулом для экономического развития. Демократическая система гарантирует частную инициативу, защищает рабочие места, дает возможность всем гражданам участвовать в принятии политических решений, определении ее направлений и не только вносить свой вклад, но и получать пользу от экономического развития страны. В демократической системе экономический рост должен сопровождаться общим повышением благосостояния населения и более равномерного распределения получаемых результатов. Таким образом, мы будем оказывать в дальнейшем позитивное влияние на демократические процессы. Чем интенсивнее происходит рост, тем быстрее мы достигаем новых уровней экономического и социального развития. И большей вероятности можно говорить о том, что население будет склоняться к демократии, которая приносит пользу, положительные результаты, но и экономическое развитие, общее процветание, с другой стороны, повышает уровень демократии в каждой стране. Вот поэтому мы разрабатываем модели содействия развития африканским странам, для того, чтобы на африканском континенте были получены необходимые ресурсы для дальнейшего развития. Италия делает все возможное и в смысле инвестирования в эти процессы, обеспечивая безопасность продовольственного сектора. И с удовольствием хочу заявить, что в 2024 году, 2026 году мы проведем саммит в Риме по вопросам безопасности продовольствия. Мы считаем, что сыграем важную роль во время этого саммита в тех усилиях, которые предпринимается Организация Объединенных Наций вместе с Организацией Объединенных Наций и Европейским Союзом. Необходимо и дальше поддержать те государства, которые еще не достигли нашего уровня экономического развития. Солидарность является важнейшим демократическим принципом. Мы должны продемонстрировать, что Запад не противостоит всему остальному миру. В этом смысле Италия готова выполнить все необходимое со своей стороны, поддержать эти принципы во время следующего президентства Италии на встрече G7. Будем действовать в соответствии с нашими принципами, с уважением к нашим ценностям. На это уйдет время, но уверена, что вместе мы добьемся своего. Большое спасибо.
要感谢拜登总统召开这一次的峰会，我们共同的讨论。其实我们的土著的这个文化当中呢，已经是有这种磋商的，也就是说民主的种子的。我们的民主的理念和经济的转型，它也就是建立在一个民主的坚定的基础之上，要发展团结自治，以及要有谦卑。那我们的开国之父呢，也是坚定的相信这个原则。我们的宪政和多党派的这样的一个共和国必须要成立。我们的共和国，它的奠基的原则就是要尊重所有人，并且要承诺要有法治的这个制度，这才是给国家带来希望的道路。那在1966年建立国家以来，我们要加强我们的民主的理想，并且更好的来管理好全国的资源。那我们的国家的2026年的这样的一个发展的计划它让我们能走向可持续发展的道路。我们 去发展的道路。我们的政府的这个基础就是要通过民主给我们带。
развития, учитывая социально ориентированное правосудие и подходы в нашей стране, нам удалось продолжить работу над устойчивыми целями развития, ваше превосходительство, наша практика консультаций и принятие решений сообща является основой нашего подхода к политической системе. Мы говорим об инклюзивности, о толерантности, о свободе слова для принятия таких совместных решений. Мы участвуем в работе данного саммита в том, что мы решительно настроены на то, чтобы не ослаблять наши подходы, не принимать демократию как за что-то само собой разумеющееся. Мы из собственного опыта узнали о том, что улучшение экономических условий и консультативная демократия неразрывно связаны между собой. Участие в работе демократической системы, включающей в себя стабильные институты, делают все необходимое для того, чтобы наш народ находился в эпицентре тех процессов, которые приводят к оформлению будущего, созданию необходимых политических структур для этого. Ваше превосходительство, правительство Ботсваны, национальные демократические институты принимают у себя саммит в Африке. На этом саммите мы выполним те обязательства, которые взяли на себя, обязательства по проблемам развития демократии. Была принята декларация, которая продемонстрировала поддержку ограничения срока пребывания президентов на своем посту, подписание декларации о принципах соблюдения прав человека, обеспечит необходимое развитие для нашего континента. Хочу еще раз повторить, что в Ботсване мы убеждены в том, что более инклюзивные, более демократические подходы важны для общего развития демократии, поэтому мы призываем глобальных лидеров укреплять нашу приверженность этим процессам, укреплять тот фундамент, на котором покоится это развитие. Еще раз хочу поблагодарить всех вас за организацию этого важнейшего саммита. Большое спасибо. Премьер-министр Израиля. Я хочу поблагодарить мировых лидеров, президента Байдена, является нашим другом в течение 40 лет, за созыв этой важной конференции. Вы знаете, между Соединенными Штатами и Израилем иногда возникают противоречия, но хочу вас заверить, что союз между крупнейшими демократиями мира всегда наша роль демократии на Ближнем Востоке всегда соблюдалась и будет соблюдаться в будущем. Израиль настроен на то, чтобы поддержать исторические соглашения, которые были подписаны между Израилем и арабскими государствами. Мы настроены на то, чтобы и далее расширять эти соглашения, повысить уровень процветания наших народов. Главная тема нашего форума — демократия и общее процветание. На моем посту у меня были возможности решать эти вопросы 20 лет назад. Я возглавил революцию по созданию свободного рынка в Израиле. В те времена экономика жестко контролировалась, процветали монополии, включая государственные монополии, которые не давали нам возможности развиваться. Я предложил радикальные изменения для того, чтобы исправить ситуацию. Против этого вспыхнули колоссальные протесты. Были объявлены забастовки против этих решений, которые длились месяцами. Многие утверждали, что экономика погибнет в результате принятия этих решений, что будет расти разрыв между бедными и богатыми. Но мы решительно заявили в свое время, и это произошло на самом деле, Израиль резко увеличил экономический рост в течение 2 десятков лет. Мы достигли 54 тысяч долларов на душу населения. Резко увеличился экономический рост. Мы стали, собственно, это было подтверждено Организацией Объединенных Наций, Израиль стал примером частной инициативы быстрого экономически эффективного развития. Наши компании участвуют в инвестировании, в работе экономик многих стран. И вот увеличение и темпы развития экономики привели к повышению уровня общего процветания. Все стали богаче, все почувствовали результаты такого развития. И тот коэффициент, который отражает уровень неравенства в стране, снизился. Нам удалось добиться высокого уровня процветания, общего процветания. Прошло 20 лет с тех пор. Вы, наверное, знаете, что в Израиле это энергичная, жизнеспособная демократия, где постоянно проводятся общественные дебаты по различным вопросам. В настоящее время мы обсуждаем, как сделать так, чтобы воля большинства населения была отражена должным образом, в то же время соблюдались права человека, гражданские права. Половина населения считает, что воля большинства отражается в работе законодательных органов, исполнительных структур, не реализуется из-за того, что судебная власть обладает слишком большими полномочиями и мешает этим процессам. Другая половина населения обеспокоена тем, что при этом любые наступления или сокращения масштабов судебной власти приведет к отрицательному воздействию на гражданские права населения. Я думаю, что и то, и другое необходимо принимать внимание, и то, и другое имеет место, и если мы качнем этот маятник слишком сильно в одну сторону, слишком сильная судебная власть, она отличается от независимой, понятие независимая власть может принести только отрицательный результат. Как же нам сочетать эти процессы, как сделать так, чтобы, с одной стороны, существовала сильная, стабильная судебная власть и индивидуальные права защищены в значительной мере. Вот поэтому мы предлагаем реформы. В настоящее время и оппозиция, и партии, вошедшие в коалицию, решили добиваться реализации и тех, и других целей, ведя между собой диалог. Я думаю, именно сейчас происходит в нашей стране. И я хочу заверить вас, во-первых, в том, что во время этих энергичных дебатов и споров в стране у нас возникли возможности не только укрепить демократию, не только восстановить необходимое равновесие между различными государственными структурами, потому что именно только так мы обеспечим права большинства и индивидуальные права. И в то же время мы должны запечатлеть определенный уровень развития подходов к правам человека на национальном уровне. Именно этого добиваемся мы в Израиле. Это всегда носит драматический характер, приводит к серьезнейшим дискуссиям, иногда болезненным дискуссиям в обществе. Но, тем не менее, мы понимаем, что право протестовать является священным. В то же время наши политические лидеры должны понять, что все эти проблемы, противоречивые подходы должны сочетаться между собой и слиться воедино. А второе, что мне хотелось бы заявить, что Израиль всегда был и останется жизнеспособной, стабильной демократией, будет маяком демократии и общего процветания на Ближнем Востоке. Спасибо.
Сейчас будет выступать премьер-министр Республики Хорватия. Господин президент Юн, уважаемые коллеги, мне очень приятно присоединиться и принимать участие во втором саммите. Я хочу поблагодарить президента Байдена и другим сопредседателей за организацию этого саммита. Как вы знаете, что демократия, верховенство закона сейчас находится под угрозой в Украине. Мы также выражаем выражаем свою солидарность с руководством Украины. Война, которая уже продолжалась сейчас 14 лет, защищает не только демократию в своей собственной стране, но также они стоят абсолютно за демократию во всем мире. Именно поэтому Хорватия выражает свою солидарность с Украиной и осуждает Россию за агрессию. Мы являемся страной, которая является европейской страной, очень хорошо помнит ситуацию, в которой мы находились. Мы были жертвами агрессии, и именно поэтому мы прореагировали таким образом, каким мы прореагировали. За последние 13 лет демократия сейчас у нас сделала все для укрепления институтов, укрепления экономических институтов и создания условий для присоединения к Европейскому Союзу и трансатлантическому сообществу. Демократия также утвердила независимость Хорватии, что также укрепило все абсолютно ценности, за которые мы защищаем, начиная со Второй мировой войны. Недавно мы присоединились к интеграции Европейского Союза. Во-первых, это Шенгенская зона и Европейская зона. Это является примером того, каким образом путем демократических соединений мы достигаем высоких критериев и становимся более интегрированными и также экономически более защищенными в контексте европейской интеграции. Именно поэтому мы являемся доказательством тому, что демократия приносит результаты, и она также улучшает экономику, которая улучшает положение всех граждан. И она приводит и выступаем за усиление европейского проекта, потому что оно служит на благо нашему народу. Мы находимся сейчас за последние 3 года, поставили 3 задачи перед нашим правительством, а именно, во-первых, социальное единство, кризис COVID-19, от которого мы все пострадали, такие вещи, как энергетический кризис и продовольственный кризис в результате агрессии России против Украины, привели нас к следующему выводу. Мы должны делать все для того, чтобы не допустить социального раздела в стране. Мы, как представители нашего правительства, решили сделать все для того, чтобы держать воедино материю единства нашего общества, и это является основным приоритетом для нашего правительства, и я горд тем, что мы смогли этого добиться. За последнее время мы увеличили нашу энергетическую независимость, мы также вложили и инвестировали в чистую энергию, в зеленую энергию, для того, чтобы удовлетворить не только наши собственные нужды Хорватии, но также мы смогли создать региональные энергетические платформы, которая позволила нам делиться энергетическими ресурсами с нашими соседями. Это привело к устойчивости нашей экономики. И также в период кризиса мы смогли усилить борьбу за права человека, за права наших граждан, увеличить также различные социальные льготы, которые мы предоставляем нашим гражданам. Это путь демократии, работать вместе в глобальном контексте, в мире, который сейчас разделился на демократический мир и демократические режимы, и авторитарные режимы. Мы сейчас входим в альянсы с нашими партнерами, с нашими союзниками, потому что демократия — это дорога, которую выбрали наши граждане, и мы также понимаем нашу ответственность нашего правительства перед своим народом. И я очень благодарен абсолютно всем выступающим за их комментарии и за выступления, которые я слышу. И большое вам спасибо и приветствую вас из Загреба. В заключение мы сейчас хотим передать слово президенту Кореи. Большое спасибо всем выступающим. Для того, чтобы нам работать вместе, мы должны создать более сильную коалицию демократических государств. Я с нетерпением ожидаю продолжения наших дискуссий по вопросам демократии.
Hello, everyone. I would like to first express my appreciation to President Biden for his initiative on the occasion of the Second Summit for Democracy. It has been more than a year since the last Summit for Democracy. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which started in the meantime, is an outrageous act that has shaken the very foundation of the international order. The unity of the international community is now tested more than ever to maintain and reinforce the free and open international order based on the rule of law. As a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council and the G7 president of this year, Japan is determined to be at the vanguard of efforts to maintain and reinforce that international order. We must keep up our work to strengthen democracy through continuous and tireless efforts, including fighting against corruption, protecting and promoting human rights, and respecting diversity. These efforts are also key to achieving a sustainable society. Democracy delivers a prosperous future. Democracy is driven by the people and is also supported by the people. Japan has incorporated a set of key values, including democracy, building on our history and culture. In our effort to share our experience with the international community, Japan has implemented various measures in a number of countries to support democratization, including improving judicial systems. And we have also been assisting in human resources development and institutional capacity building. There is no finishing line in the quest for democracy. Democracy needs tireless work. To that end, Japan has supported and will continue to support each country's own initiatives with a focus on people. That is Japan's unwavering commitment to democracy. Thank you very much.
Taiwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. My name is Chen Ju. I'm the president of Taiwan's Control Yuan and chairperson of National Human Rights Commission. It's an honor to represent Taiwan in delivering our national statement. 44 years ago, I was a political prisoner under the rule of an authoritarian government. In that repressive era, freedom of speech seemed like an unattainable dream. But 44 years later, democracy is a part of Taiwanese people's DNA. We have become accustomed to regular transfers of power between political parties and realize the idea that sovereignty lies with the people. However, we also understand that democracy does not come easily. If not protected well, our hard-won freedoms, human rights, and rule of law will not advance but recede. Following the first summit for democracy, the government of Taiwan, drawing on the strengths of public sector, civil society, announced 62 concrete commitments, aiming to enhance democratic resilience at home and abroad. These pledges related to such issues as fighting corruption, open government, countering disinformation. And we are pleased to say that since then, we have seen many tangible results. For example, even when the COVID-19 pandemic situation was still severe, we invited international experts to Taiwan to examine national reports on the implementation of international conventions. The panel's complete review of the UN Convention Against Corruption and 5 international human rights conventions, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and CEDAW has ensured that Taiwan's democracy and human rights keep pace with international standards. Elsewhere, Taiwan's citizen judge system was officially launched in January 2023. Allowing professional judges to directly engage with citizen judges who represent society's diverse opinions. And with the implementation of Taiwan's first National Human Rights Action Plan in May 2022, The protection of human rights is now incorporated into our nation's overall development plan and related policies. Taiwan also continues to amend legislation to eliminate barriers for LGBTQI+ persons to marriage, adoption, and health services. This is making Taiwan a more diverse, open, and inclusive society. Russia's invasion of Ukraine last February reminded the world of the expansionist nature of authoritarian regimes. The people of Taiwan empathize with the Ukrainian people's suffering and continue to take concrete actions to defend a rules-based global democratic order alongside the international community. For example, in response to the call from the United States, Taiwan has donated $400,000 to the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium for global advocacy campaigns through Transparency International. We have also fulfilled our commitments to donate $1 million each to the International Fund for Public Interest Media and the International Religious Freedom Fund, thus supporting independent media and religious freedom around the world. Taiwan continues to work closely with the international democratic community. For example, the 11th Global Assembly of the World Movement for Democracy, held in Taipei last year, brought together nearly 200 democracy advocates from more than 70 countries. Following an application by Foreign Minister Zhao Xie Joseph Wu, Taiwan also became an observer member of the Freedom Online Coalition and is now defending online human rights and freedoms alongside other countries. Meanwhile, through the Global Cooperation and Training Framework platform, Taiwan is working with like-minded countries, the United States, Japan, Australia, and others, on such key issues as anti-corruption, media literacy, and women's empowerment. This is enhancing national and regional democratic resilience. Taiwan won the support of many international friends as it charted the path to democracy. I very much look forward to sharing Taiwan's democratic experience with other democratic partners and with those who are still on the path as they too fight for democracy and freedom. Thank you. Thank you.
Philippines.
I sincerely thank President Biden and the United States government for convening this second Summit for Democracy, together with the leaders of the co-hosts, the Republic of Costa Rica, the Republic of Korea, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the Republic of Zambia. This summit affirms the solidarity of nations bound by values of democracy and sends a powerful message of our collective will to bring about the best of peoples and societies empowered by freedom. We stand together, especially when humanity faces some of the most critical challenges of our times, including threats to our survival, such as climate change, global warming, the pandemic, and food insecurity. In May last year, a few months after the first Summit for Democracy was held, a record 56 million Filipinos exercised their right to vote, showing the world that the Philippines is an ever-flourishing beacon of freedom, true to its roots as the first Asian republic. When I took office in July last year, amidst the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the urgent need to ensure a swift and resilient economic recovery, I pledged to the people that we shall overcome these pressing challenges together, encouraging participative governance that adopts new ways and innovative solutions by fostering the spirit of unity, dialogue, and citizen empowerment. Recognizing that economic recovery and progress can only take place in a responsive environment with transparent, effective, and responsible institutions, this government has rolled out measures to achieve our objectives for people-centered growth and for their prosperity. By consolidating reforms in our judicial system, we are investing more to enhance the administration of justice through the various institutions and mechanisms already in place to protect the right to life, liberty, and security of Filipino people. The government prioritized the establishment of the Department of Migrant Workers, a national agency whose primary mandate is to protect and to promote the rights of more than 10 million Filipinos who live and work abroad. We are further strengthening well-established accountability mechanisms and policies to protect women and children. Our justice reform agenda acknowledges that real justice means the humane treatment of persons deprived of liberty and efficient prosecution of cases. In this light, we are pouring resources and energy into improving the processes in the investigation of cases and the witness protection programs. In the Philippines' continuing campaign against illegal drugs, we continue to focus on strengthening our programs on rehabilitation, prevention, education, and assistance to drug victims and their families, ensuring transparency and accountability on law enforcement operations. Our joint program on human rights, or UNJP, which we launched with the United Nations in 2021, has shown significant progress in fostering consensus building and collaborative partnership in a broad range of target areas. Its capacity building and technical cooperation framework complements our efforts with respect to investigative and accountability mechanisms, improved data gathering on alleged police violations, civil society engagement, strengthening national mechanisms to support our commitment in various human rights agreements, and human rights-based approach to drug control and counter-terrorism. The UNJP affirms the power of partnerships and the framing of human rights as a space for genuine, constructive, and transformative dialogue and cooperation. It is a testament that partnerships flourish when they uphold human dignity and freedom, empower stakeholders, and respect the agency of states to strengthen their institutions. Let me emphasize, the rule of law prevails in the country. Our criminal justice system is fully functioning. We continue to improve mechanisms such as the AO35 Interagency Committee to enhance accountability. The Philippines' commitment to fight impunity for atrocity crimes is solid and unwavering, notwithstanding the withdrawal of the country for the Rome Statute. The Philippines has a national legislation punishing heinous crimes. We have vigorously exercised our jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute crimes, including those allegedly committed in the context of the anti-illegal drugs campaign. The Philippines will continue to engage countries bilaterally and in international platforms on issues concerning democracy, human rights, and good governance, as long as these engagements are constructive, based on fact, and respectful of Philippine sovereignty. The Philippines will sustain its tradition of open, constructive, and active engagement on human rights on matters that will meaningfully contribute towards reinforcing the sinews of democracy and of freedom. Thus, we enable our people to flourish and meet our national aspirations to be a modern, prosperous, middle-income society by 2040. Let me affirm and attest to what has been a recurring theme for this summit. Democracy does deliver. And it does this best when it places at its center people, their freedom, and human dignity. Thank you.
Nepal.
Thank you, President Biden, for inviting me in this second Summit for Democracy. Nepali people's struggle for freedom, justice, rights, and empowerment are well known. We have proven the irresistible power of the people. Through the constitution made by the elected Constituent Assembly in 2015, we have institutionalized people's agenda for political and socio-economic transformation. Nepal is firmly committed to the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Nepal advocates for non-political and impartial approach to human rights. We believe in the need to place equal emphasis on political and socio-economic rights. Nepal is one of the few countries in the world with a mandatory 1/3 representation of women in the parliament. Currently, women make 41% of total elected office at the local levels. We are determined to further enhance inclusive representation of all sections of our society in all domains of governance. Our efforts are sincere and consistent. We have delivered on our commitments. Last year, we enacted Acid and Other Fatal Chemical Substances Regulation Act 2022 with the provision for regulation of production, import, export, storage, transport, sale, distribution, use, and disposal of acid and other fatal chemical substances. An amendment to the criminal offences related acts provides for increased punishment to the perpetrators to acid attacks. Likewise, newly amended laws have increased the scope of punishment to the perpetrators of sexual offences. These have been important steps in preventing gender-based violence. We are working for improvement on women's access to foreign employment in a safe, secure and dignified manner. For this, we intend to address the challenges on the domestic front and engage with destination countries to create better conditions of employment for them. We are working on two bills, namely the bill to amend the existing Prevention of Corruption Act and the bill to amend the Commission for Investigation of Abuse of Authority Act. We will ensure their passage by the Parliament. We are determined to implement the policy of zero tolerance against corruption. Nepal's homegrown peace process has been uniquely successful. The only remaining task of the process is transitional justice. We are committed to introduce the amendment bill in the current Parliament session that will capture the spirit of comprehensive peace accord, ruling of the Supreme Court, relevant international commitment, concern of the victims, and help building reconciliation in the society based on ground realities. Nepal has come a long way in consolidating peace and democracy. We must now address the challenges on poverty and underdevelopment and improve people's economic condition to sustain the political gains. We count on continued support from our partners as we pursue the implementation of SDGs and graduate from the status of least developed country. I thank you.
India.
I thank President Biden for his initiative in convening and continuing this important summit. I join you today with the greetings of almost 1.4 billion people of India. Democracy is a way of life for each one of them and has been since ages. That is why India's own freedom movement was deeply rooted in democratic values, and it inspired many other freedom struggles and civil rights movements across the world. The liberal democratic values in India's constitution continue to be a beacon of hope for others. And today, India's experience of democratic development continues to be a role model. It is based on inclusive efforts and shared gains. Friends, free and fair elections, along with peaceful political transition, are the bedrock of modern democratic systems. In this, India has considerable experience and expertise and a great track record. We are committed to sharing all our lessons with other democracies. Our election commission regularly sends observers to elections in other countries. Over the years, thousands of foreign election officials and legislators have been trained by India in the conduct of free and fair elections. And in democratic legislative processes, India's public auditor is regularly engaged by international organizations to vet their systems, process, and accounts. Our legislators engage with their global peers in the International Parliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and in many other fora. These and many more such engagements across all our institutions enable a healthy exchange of best global democratic practices. Friends, we are also committed to promote the principle of democracy during our ongoing G20 presidency. That is why we decided to shape our priorities in consultation with over 120 countries of the Global South. India's democracy will always remain an inspiration for the world. That is our endeavor and that is our promise. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good day to you all. It is an honor to participate in this second summit for democracy, building on the constructive discussions and commitments made during the first summit back in December 2021. Excellencies, in the Maldives, we have made significant strides in realizing the commitments made at the first summit. Fiscal accountability and transparency are an important requisite to the effective functioning of a democracy. To date, we have proposed 2 major amendments to our laws to ensure a greater level of independence to the local councils and strengthen public procurement policies and audit mechanisms. Apart from these, we are working towards moving to performance-based budgeting. I thank the government of the United States for the support extended to the Maldives through USAID in these efforts. As a result of the tireless efforts of many cross-government stakeholders during the year of action, we are currently at the final stage of joining the Open Government Partnership. Excellencies, judicial reform is one of the priorities of my administration, and comprehensive changes to the system are needed for the judiciary to regain public confidence. Over the past 4 years, public perception of the Maldives judiciary has greatly improved with more swift and transparent court proceedings in place. The government has submitted an amendment to the Judicature Act which will enable the establishment of district courts and the circuit system for greater efficiency and accessibility. Excellencies, equal opportunities for women and girls and the inclusion of women in decision-making roles are pivotal to ensure the benefit of democracy are felt by everyone. It is with great pride that I note that this is one area in which my administration has excelled. In the past 4 years, we have appointed female justices to the Supreme Court, achieved parity in our diplomatic representation abroad, and increased women councillors in local government. Yet, much more remains to be done. Our National Gender Equality Action Plan of 2022 is a step in this direction, through which we aim to increase female representation in the local government, corporate governance, the parliament, and the judiciary. Excellencies, as I pointed in the last summit for democracy, paving the way for a free and independent civil society is crucial for a properly functioning participatory democracy. In the Maldives, threats to the safety of civil society organizations are considered detrimental to an open society.
Armenia.
Honorable President Biden, distinguished leaders of states, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to address the Second Summit for Democracy on behalf of the Republic of Armenia. Despite the global and regional challenges, Armenia consistently continues to implement democratic reform agenda. As a result of that, our country improved its positions in various global rankings. The Freedom House has ranked Armenia as a free country in its annual report on the net freedom. Armenia has also recorded unprecedented progress in the 2022 World Press Freedom Index published by the Reporters Without Borders, improving its positions by 12 points. Last year, Armenia improved its positions by 7 points in Democracy Index, published by Economist Intelligence Unit. The government of Armenia continues tackling climate change for building a low-emission energy sector and a vibrant green economy. We have made progress in the International Energy Ranking, Energy Trilemma Index 2021, taking the 53rd place among 127 countries. Along with strengthening the democratic institutions in our country, in September 2022, we had to encounter an aggression against the internationally recognized territory of the Republic of Armenia, which resulted in the occupation of part of our sovereign territory by Azerbaijan. It was back in September that we felt the union of democracies and the clear condemnation of aggression against Armenia. I want to take this opportunity and extend our gratitude to the United States and other partners that helped us stop the further incursion through diplomatic engagement. Armenia feels strongly about the human rights violations across the world, and there is a lot that we need to do together to prevent genocides, ethnic cleansings, and atrocities. Whatever is happening with Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh today, the blockade of the Lachin corridor by Azerbaijan, the only route connecting Enkai with Armenia, and the humanitarian crisis as a result is definitely an attempt of ethnic cleansing of Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, and we cannot turn a blind eye on that. At the same time, I reiterate that Armenia remains committed to the peace process with Azerbaijan. We are convinced that there is no alternative to the peaceful development of the region, and that sticking to democratic values will help us find a way to peace. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is work in progress, and we will proceed with new commitments by setting a new benchmark for Armenia in the global democratic rankings. I believe in the power of democracy for peace, for freedom, for happiness. Thank you. Thank you.
Mauritius.
President Biden, leaders of the co-host countries, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to participate in the second edition of the Summit for Democracy. Democracies around the world are faced with a series of challenges which have raised the bar for better governance. Hence, our commitment to support democracy is more important than ever. We need to be more resilient and to make the case to skeptical people that it is the only form of government that delivers freedom, security, and justice. This is true for both new and old democracies. Democracies across the world must work together to build collective democratic resilience. As we confront threats of violent extremism, terror, online hate speech, and cyber crimes, we must protect democracy and protect rational political debate from disinformation. At the same time, we must respect free speech with the right balance between freedom and prevention of risks. At our first summit, we pledged to promote resilient democratic governance. We express our commitment to the path of electoral reform and better women's representation in the National Assembly. We further pledge to reintroduce a new bill on financing of political parties. We also committed to a code of conduct for parliamentarians and to strengthening our anti-corruption ecosystem. These commitments still run high on our government agenda. We are still working on an electoral reform that is aimed at ensuring greater women's participation. In the meantime, our Electoral Commission has teamed up with its Indian and Greek counterparts to strengthen and enhance electoral integrity. On the issue of financing of political parties, we continue to face the hurdle of ensuring the required majority in Parliament, since such a bill will require a constitutional amendment. Furthermore, we intend to introduce a code of conduct for parliamentarians. As for strengthening of the anti-corruption ecosystem, we have made remarkable progress. This is reflected by the fact that the Financial Action Task Force has removed Mauritius from its list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring due to strategic AML-CFT deficiencies. Soon after, both the European Union and the United Kingdom did the same. Our government remains determined to apply the highest standards of a zero-tolerance culture in the fight against all forms of malpractices. Excellencies, it is our profound conviction that the world does require better quality democracies which can rise to the expectations of our times. Thank you.
Georgia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Georgia, I would like to thank President Biden for the initiative launched last year and for convening us again this year to take stock. When more than ever, democracy needs to be defended, consolidated and energized. We have already last year taken note of the significant challenges facing equally long-established democracies and those in the process of constructing democratic institutions. Destructive challenges face us all in the varied forms of polarization, disinformation, pandemic, social tensions and discrimination, conflicts and occupied territories. These challenges, fueled from within or from outside our borders, ultimately end up eroding people's trust in their governments, institutions, and in democracy itself. However, none of us had realized that the world would be confronted to an ever more direct, brutal, and all-out challenge in the form of Russia's military invasion of the Ukraine, causing unimaginable destruction, suffering, human loss, and human rights deprivation. The war against Ukraine is indeed a war against democracy, freedom, and human dignity. And the consequences of unchecked authoritarian regimes with ancient and long-lasting imperialist ambitions appear here. A reminder that democracies need to be strong inside, it is supported by united civil society and united on the international scene to defend the long-held principles of international law. In more difficult times, we have to reaffirm our unwavering support to our common values, our solidarity, and deliver on our commitments. Georgia, despite its tense geopolitical environment and internal tensions, has succeeded in advancing on two core priorities. National human rights strategy has been finalized, national action plan to eliminate violence against women, and measures to strengthen women's economic empowerment have been adopted. Election reform has been adopted. Nonetheless, Another of our set priorities to further judicial reform through an inclusive process has yet to gather momentum. While these changes were part of Georgia's declared commitments and have been tackled through new laws or action plans, a major progress has been achieved by the Georgian people itself, demonstrating on the street of Tbilisi against any attempt to restrict the rights of civil society and showing their fierce attachment to the democratic principles that have inspired and inspire our country on its European integration path. These protests have succeeded both to obtain the recanting of the law on foreign agents and mark thus a victory of democracy, and to demonstrate the capacity of the Georgian society to overcome polarization when united around a common goal. In that sense, the process of national reconciliation has started. Our path to democracy and towards European and Euro-Atlantic integration, enshrined in our Constitution, is the basis for our stability and has no alternative. I would like to reiterate Georgia's resolute pledge towards building a stronger democracy and express our readiness to work with all our global partners in building a more democratic, peaceful, and resilient world, in which Georgia will find its place as a trusted partner.
Seychelles.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in any society, democracy can only thrive when basic human rights are respected. These rights are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These are the basis for creating a society where we can live in peace and harmony. Democracy and good governance can only flourish where such a foundation is to be found. However, we note that there is no perfect model of democracy. I personally see democracy in a permanent state of evolution for the betterment of our people and communities. Central to democracy building is the relationship between leaders and the citizens. As elected leaders, we are simply the custodians of the power the people have entrusted us with. Delivering on our promises to govern in the interests of the people and remain accountable to them is the only way to maintain the trust of those who elected us. Seychelles is in that position of transition, and we have some experience to share with others. But we still have plenty to learn. In fact, we are all to learn from best practices around us and from past experience in order to perfect our own system of governance. We are constantly doing that, and this is why on the African continent, we are top on the Mo Ibrahim Index. Transparency International puts us as the least corrupt African country, and we head the Freedom of Media Index. We are trying our very best not to regress, but to move forward. What has been the Seychelles experience in democracy building? Having been myself involved in it for over 3 decades, I must say that this journey, which started 47 years ago with my country's accession to independence, has been a long, tortuous, and bumpy ride to freedom. Barely 1 year into its existence, our nascent democracy was stifled when a coup d'etat in 1977 ushered in an era of 43 years of undemocratic rule. The coup d'etat killed our burgeoning democracy and left behind unhealed wounds. In order to unify the country and heal the wounds of the past, the Truth, Reconciliation, and National Unity Commission was established in 2017 to investigate and settle claims of illegal imprisonment, torture, disappearances, arbitrary
达成这些目标，良好的治理就必须要通过民主才能达成，所以我们必须要以身作则。谢谢。
And now, the President of the Republic of the Gambia.
甘比亚总统，各位阁下、政府首脑以及各国元首、各个国际组织的代表，各位女士、各位先生，我向各位问好。我代表非洲的人权首都甘比亚，从这里向大家问好。我非常骄傲的可以这么说。我们在非洲这里做的人权的工作非常多，我们之前也主持了相关的会议。这是一个很好的机会，让各位知道甘比亚对于民主价值的承诺。我们必须通过共同的责任以及全球行动达到目标。世界上最近有许多民主的改革转变，我们需要更多的努力去调整这个全球的轨道，尤其是在非洲。各位阁下，甘比亚尊重人权和民主，在我们的治理体系当中，我们从1965年开始就做了这样的选择。我们是多党制的国家，在许多领域都非常成功。但不幸的是，我们曾经有22年呢是向后退的。但是我们在2016年的时候呢，重新建立起了民主制度。民主的制度还有良好治理，就是民主的基础。我们提倡人权、公共的参与政府的工作。我们的国家变得越来越强，得到巩固，这也是因为通过了民主发展。我们的例子就证实了民主和自由以及法治可以相辅相成。而公民社会的组织也扮演非常重要的角色，人们每天过着他们的生活。我们很荣幸可以是民主的这个制度当中的一员。各位阁下，民主的进程当中也必须要有经济的发展、私有部门的发展，以及公营部门和私营部门之间的合作。我们也希望能够吸引更多发展的伙伴。我们开展了国家的发展计划，2023年开始，我们希望可以得到更多由民主带来的红利，能够有更多的共同的成就。我们和美国以及所有伙伴一道多年来支持这项工作，也非常期待通过全球契约还有其他的倡议做到这项工作。甘比亚会继续大声的倡议，争取一个更加繁荣的世界。民主是可以带来成果的。谢谢各位。
And now, the President of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay.
乌拉圭总统。 谢谢各位政府首长和国家元首，我想要特别感谢，并且向各位问好，让我们参加这个非常重要但是具有挑战性的话题，那就是民主和正义。几天前，我们在另外一个峰会的时候呢，谈到了民主这个议题，民主还有合法性，这就代表每个国家的选举制度，选举制是必要的，它是一个基础，有它才能有民主的制度。第二，三权分立或者是权力的分立，这些就是政府里的力量部门要分开，各个部门可以独立的采取行动，这个是民主成功的必要条件。如此一来，民主才能去捍卫人民的自由。另外就是制度或者是机构的运作，我们今天要谈的是正义，所以司法部门，也就是政府里头的司法部门，但是还包括其他的利益攸关方，如果要能够正常运作的话呢，首先它就必须要有让人们可以获得正义，所有人都要能够获得正义。这也就是说，在受审判的时候，要根据法律，但是除此之外呢，也要让人们呢在审判当中必须要能够有律师，使用律师的权利。另外，在审判的过程当中，必须要非常的清楚明了，这个就是现代社会当中必须要有的。还有这个程序必须要快速。过去所使用的体制，也就是要用证据、开示啊等等的那个过程非常长。但是要让一个人可以获得正义，这个程序就必须要是快速的。另外，之前的程序，以前的程序呢，我想刚才荷兰也提到了，那就是社区当中的正义。我就想到了调停的这种方式，也就是在你上法院之前，可以用调停的方式，让人民通过调停的方法，这个是必要的，因为有一些冲突可能只需要停留在某一个层面。第二，我们也可以避免去给司法部门、给法院带来过多的负担，可以让他们的工作变得更快速。另外，我也想提国际法，关于国际法的讨论。正义在国际法当中扮演的角色。国际法呢，它有的是不具有约束力的。在一个国家当中，如果他决定要去参与一个国际组织，或者是接受一个国际法，他如果想要加入的话，并不是因为他和并不只是因为他和其他国家的关系，还另外也牵涉到他自己国内的情况。而国际的这个司法的体系就必须要非常的清楚。他在看事情的时候，要从一个角度来看。他在进行制裁的时候，必须要先处理到合法合规的问题。 现在音频出了问题，我们必须要清楚的了解今天谈到的问题。感谢今天大家让我来发言，谢谢。
The Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Thank you all so much for all your contributions, and let me say it has been a privilege to co-host this.
非常荣幸可以共同主持这一场分场的讨论。我想听到大家的发言之后呢，我听出了一个共同的主题，那就是民主的确是可以带来成果的。自由开放的社会啊，这就是它可以带来的成果。我可以特别提一些重点。岸田文雄啊，日本的首相说，美国在这个区域当日本在这个区域当中呢，现在对于提倡民主所做的工作。另外，奥斯达尼伊拉克的总理也提到。有时候呢，市的这个一个层面的改革对于民主也是非常重要的。另外，维德角的总理说，有时候你必须要不断的去争取，有时候要使用一些现代的技术，现代的技术是可以带来帮助的。拉脱维亚的总统说，在乌克兰现在被占领的地区更明显的显示了我们必须要去问责。他也提到了泽连斯基总统的和平计划，另外也谈到了女性在司法过程当中的重要性。另外，甘比亚的总统提到了在历史上面呢关于民主的这些挣扎。那乌拉圭的总统特别提到两点，第一就是所有公民都必须要能够获得正义。另外他也提到了调停也是一个选择。最后呢，我想要再提大家今天谈到的两点。第一个是维德角的总理说到的，他说正义是一个力量，而要打击贪腐是非常必要的。拉脱维亚的总统说，民主的成果呢，对于社会来说一直都是最好的、更好的。感谢各位今天的聆听，祝大家有美好的一天。
Netherlands.
Since the last summit for democracy was held 2 years ago, the world has changed dramatically. Today, in Europe too, democracy is under pressure. That's something we should be concerned about, and indeed we are. This is a wake-up call. We can't assume that democracy is self-evident, that's eternal, that it comes for free. Democracy requires an ongoing commitment from us all. Naturally, since February last year, our attention has been focused on the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's a terrible situation, but we must not lose sight of our wider duty to defend the basic foundations of democracy. And I can assure you, in the Netherlands, we take that duty very seriously. Since 2022, for example, we have been co-chairing the Media Freedom Cohort, a crucial instrument in a time of misinformation and disinformation. It's getting harder and harder for people to navigate a world filled with half-truth and outright lies. So we need journalists who can counter false narratives with objective, factual information. To that end, over the next 5 years, we are funding 2 programs that will enhance the safety of journalists worldwide and sources and whistleblowers too. By protecting them, we enable them to do their vital work, standing up for what is just and what is right. But the problem doesn't stop at media freedom. Around the world, civil society organizations and human rights defenders are under pressure too. We must challenge that trend because these organizations and individuals are essential to any democracy. So the Netherlands is also supporting 2 programs aimed at bolstering their security. Lastly, I'd like to mention one of the main topics of the and we will continuing the discussion at the next meeting in Quito. This summit will show where we stand and encourage us all to take concrete actions, because words alone are not enough. Democracy is never perfect, it has weaknesses, and it certainly faces threats. But it is also incredibly resilient. Around the world, people are committed to democracy, and they are waiting for us to act.
Poland.
Mr. President, leaders of the democratic world, ladies and gentlemen, during the first Summit for Democracy, I talked about the situation in Belarus under Lukashenko's regime and suppression of the democratic opposition. The following months brought us a hybrid operation, a migrant crisis on Poland's eastern border orchestrated by Minsk with Kremlin's support. It was a prelude to an unprovoked attack on Ukraine. This Russian war against Ukraine has revealed the true face of Putin's regime, the atrocities and brutality against Ukrainian civilian population, an attempt to erase the whole nation. An economic, energy and food crisis emerging all over the world as a consequence of Russian actions. The Ukrainians have bravely resisted Russian assaults. I'm proud that Poles and other nations have offered the Ukrainian people a strong support because a free and democratic world is not a theoretical concept, but a real community of values. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland's leading role in response to Russia's invasion has been unprecedented. We have been at the forefront of calls for sending aid, including the military one, to Ukraine to help fight off the Russian aggressor and to impose severe sanctions on Russia. Since the invasion began, Poland has welcomed more Ukrainian refugees than any other European country. Not in refugee camps, but in our homes. Today, Poland is home to more than 3.5 million Ukrainians. OECD data showed that last year Poland spent over $9 billion, 1.5% of its GDP, on humanitarian aid for Ukraine. We also act as a logistic hub for aid transfers from other countries. Poland pledges to continue its support for Ukraine in order to stop Russian neo-imperialism. We will also continue our support to democratic Belarus. Ukraine has never been and will never be alone in its fight, because Ukrainians are fighting for all of us. Unless stopped, Russia is ready to go much further. Thank you.
Slovenia.
I'm very pleased to be part of this year's Summit for Democracy, and let me thank President Biden for this timely initiative. As a first-time politician, I came to the world of politics with no political baggage. As a human rights lawyer, I lived a life in which the power of argument was the order of the day. I am terrified to see how in international politics the power of argument loses the battle against the argument of power. We in Europe have war. The war is different. It is a straightforward global challenge to democracy and the rule of law. The Charter of the United Nations, the Constitution of the world, was blatantly violated by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. But in order to understand how much democracy is under threat, we must look beyond Ukraine. War is costly everywhere, while it lasts and when it ends. Efforts to rebuild war-torn societies are costly. Efforts to mitigate the effects of climate change are costly too. Those who flee areas destroyed by war and lost due to climate change need to find a place to live in dignity. The first concern among people who are victims of our wrongdoing is how to secure food, water, and shelter. Their priority may not be necessarily the fight for democracy, but to fight for survival. If we, democracies, will not deliver it to them, someone else will. This being said, there are other things that demand our full attention. We must think about the future and what progress in science and technology brings us. We put our trust in bright and skilled people, but let us not miss the big picture here. Bright men and women seek their fortunes in rich parts of the world. Yet we don't need them only in capitals and global financial hubs. We need to attract them to less developed states and rural areas. That is where democracy is most vulnerable. We know that ignored and neglected people living on their periphery can be dangerous to democracy. Even the world's most powerful countries are not immune to this threat. Democracy requires leadership that pushes those policies aiming to survive the present and be ready for the future. Solidarity, globally accessible finance, science and technology, and respect for human rights. Freedom and democracy are not free of charge. Implementing these policies is not cheap, but it is the only way forward if democracy is to survive.
Norway.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Russia's attack on Ukraine on 24 February 2022 was a watershed moment. It was an attack on the rules-based international order, an assault on democracy and the values that underpinned it, human rights and rule of law. We have condemned Russia's actions in the strongest possible terms and provided extensive support to our Ukrainian friends. Their fight is a legitimate cause. It is of critical importance to the future of the global order. It's about freedom. It's about preserving the equal status of small and larger states. It's about defending the principles of sovereignty and non-interference. These are universal principles. They concern everyone and all states. We take solace in the overwhelming support for the Ukrainians that countries are now showing, in the way that democracies, small and large, have recognized the threat and are stepping up to the challenge. We know that democracies have inherent strengths. It is incumbent on all of us to reinforce these strengths. Like any organism, democracy needs nurturing. It needs custodians who believe in the big idea and are committed to protecting all the elements that are essentials for it to thrive. Rule of law, human rights, accountability, transparency, and inclusiveness. Dear friends, we must not be naive. Freedom is regressing globally. Democracy is under threat, both from within and from outside our own societies. We need to understand the nature of these threats and take steps to address them. To that end, Norway is currently assessing the state of our own democracy. We make an assessment that will be finalized in the autumn, and we intend to use it to improve our own institutions and strengthen our political processes. Internationally, we will continue to support democracy and human rights, to fight for women's rights and gender equality, to promote freedom of expression and independent media worldwide, to combat corruption and illicit financial flows, and to support civil society and those who stand up for democracy under threat. Civic space is the bedrock of any open and inclusive democracy. Without it, democracy dies. On this 25th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, let us all reaffirm our commitment to its aims. As history has shown time and again, democracy is not a state, it's a process. And we should celebrate and to the very least protect all those who participate. Thank you.
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Excellence, Monsieur Joe Biden, président des États-Unis d'Amérique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, distingués invités, ce deuxième rendez-vous pour la démocratie nous donne l'occasion d'évaluer les progrès accomplis plus d'un an après notre rencontre du 9 décembre 2021 sur le chemin escarpé de la construction du système de gouvernement de la cité le plus prisé au monde depuis des siècles. Une fois de plus, nous saluons chaleureusement cette initiative du président des États-Unis d'Amérique. La fois dernière, j'ai brossé le tableau des principales actions entreprises par la République démocratique du Congo en matière de démocratie depuis ma prise de fonction à la tête de ce pays. Je réaffirme avec force ma détermination de faire de la République démocratique du Congo un modèle de démocratie en Afrique. Le processus de démocratisation de mon pays est irréversible et nul ne pourra jamais l'arrêter. Les réformes institutionnelles et législatives engagées se poursuivent en dépit des entraves multiples dressées par les ennemis de la liberté et certains autocrates impénitents qui continuent à naviguer à contre-courant de l'histoire. Sur ce chapitre, la jeune démocratie congolaise est confrontée à la guerre d'agression lui imposée par les autorités rwandaises, aux velléités hégémonistes et prédatrices, avec la complicité d'aventuriers terroristes du M23 qu'elle manipule à souhait. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement distingués invités, il n'y a pas d'ennemi à la démocratie plus que la guerre, car non seulement celle-ci désarticule le fonctionnement de l'État, mais aussi elle inocule dans la société le virus de la violence, emmène son lot de catastrophes humanitaires et prive les pouvoirs publics des ressources nécessaires à la réalisation du bien-être social. Certes, l'histoire de l'humanité démontre que la démocratie s'est toujours bâtie dans la douleur et avec le temps. Cependant, aucun processus démocratique ne peut prospérer sans la paix, ni la stabilité et le progrès social. C'est pourquoi la priorité des priorités pour la République démocratique du Congo est à ce jour la fin de la guerre d'agression et d'occupation de sa partie orientale par le Rwanda et le groupe terroriste du M23 soutenu par ce pays. C'est seulement à cette condition que nous pourrions consolider les progrès démocratiques en cours et baliser davantage la voie à la pérennisation du système démocratique dans notre pays. En vue d'atteindre cet objectif stratégique majeur, il est absolument nécessaire que la feuille de route issue des processus de Nairobi et de Luanda et approuvée aussi par l'Union africaine et les Nations unies, ainsi que par les partenaires bilatéraux, soit intégralement appliquée par toutes les parties concernées, en particulier le Rwanda et le M23, qui bloquent sa mise en œuvre et ne cessent de défier la communauté internationale. Dans le même but de lever rapidement toute hypothèque à la démocratie dans notre pays, en tant que président de la République, garant du bon fonctionnement des institutions, je reste engagé dans les consultations politiques avec les groupes armés initiés dans le cadre du processus de paix de Nairobi en vue de leur réintégration dans la vie nationale. Ces consultations sont assez avancées avec une cinquantaine de ces groupes. Elles se poursuivront en 4e round dans les prochains jours en République démocratique du Congo. Pour sa part, mon gouvernement s'emploie actuellement à rendre opérationnel le programme de désarmement, démobilisation, relèvement communautaire et stabilisation, le PDDR-CS, un des mécanismes essentiels pour la réinsertion sociale des groupes armés et le retour à l'ordre républicain. Par ailleurs, quelle qu'ait été la rudesse de l'épreuve de la guerre à l'est de notre pays et la méchanceté de nos agresseurs rwandais pour qui la démocratie est le dernier souci du régime en place, nous tenons à l'organisation d'élections libres, justes, transparentes, inclusives et crédibles dans les délais constitutionnels. À ce sujet, je vous informe que la Commission électorale nationale indépendante de la République démocratique du Congo a déjà publié le calendrier électoral et l'enrôlement des électeurs a commencé depuis le 24 décembre dernier à l'ouest du pays. À partir du 25 janvier dernier, il s'est poursuivi dans les 9 provinces du centre et à titre expérimental à l'étranger dans 5 pays dont l'Afrique du Sud, la Belgique, le Canada, les États-Unis d'Amérique et la France, ce qui est une première dans l'histoire politique de notre pays. Cette opération atteindra bientôt l'est du pays, où se trouvent des centaines de milliers de déplacés de guerre vivant dans des conditions infrahumaines, situation qui rend difficile la poursuite des opérations électorales dans cet espace. C'est ici le lieu d'attirer l'attention des démocrates participant à ce dialogue international de haut niveau sur le risque d'entrave des opérations d'enrôlement et de perturbation des élections au vu de la persistance de la guerre dans la province du Nord Kivu. À cet égard, il est nécessaire de souligner que le combat que nous menons au Congo est aussi celui de la défense de la démocratie menacée par un pouvoir autocratique au Rwanda. Tous les démocrates du monde ont le devoir moral de se mobiliser pour le triomphe des valeurs démocratiques dans la région des Grands Lacs, gage de paix, de sécurité et de stabilité pour un développement harmonieux dans cette région d'Afrique. C'est pourquoi je saisis cette opportunité pour réitérer mon appel à la communauté internationale d'appuyer activement la mise en œuvre de la feuille de route issue des processus de paix de Nairobi et de Luanda sous la médiation du président de l'Angola, son Excellence João Lourenço, président en exercice de la CIRGL, son Excellence Évariste Ndayishimiye, président de la République du Burundi et président en exercice de la Communauté d'Afrique de l'Est, de son Excellence Uhuru Kenyatta, président honoraire de la République du Kenya, ainsi que les efforts inlassables du gouvernement congolais pour éradiquer le cancer de l'insécurité et du terrorisme à l'est de notre pays. Excellence, Monsieur Joe Biden, président des États-Unis d'Amérique, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, distingués invités, il est illusoire d'espérer construire la démocratie sans état de droit ni respect des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales. Bâtir des États et un monde marqué par ces valeurs de civilisation est par conséquent le défi majeur à relever et l'enjeu à gagner. La République démocratique du Congo est partie prenante à ce noble combat. Je vous remercie.
Germany.
Much has changed since we met at the first Summit for Democracy in December 2021. Russia has brought war back to Europe by attacking its free, independent and democratic neighbor, Ukraine. What Putin is trying to establish is that the rule of law can be overruled by the law of the strong, that countries are not free to decide on their systems of government. And yet, democracy prevails. Democracy prevails because it is resilient. Our open debates help us to find the best solutions, to correct mistakes and to get back on the right path. Democracy prevails because it is adaptable. Our citizens are able to choose their governments freely. And last but not least, democracy prevails because we stand united as democracies. We stand with Ukraine and will do so for as long as it takes. And in light of Russia's brazen attack on the UN Charter and the rules-based international order, we have strengthened our democratic alliances. At the G7 summit in Germany last year, we were joined by strong democracies from the Asia-Pacific region, from Africa and Latin America. Together, we agreed on ways to enhance democratic resilience. At the European level, we are making even better use of our neighborhood and accession policy to advance democracy, prosperity and peace across the entire European continent. Our joint decision that the countries of the Western Balkans, as well as Ukraine, Moldova and, in the future, Georgia, have a firm place inside the European Union will advance the rule of law, transparency and democratic values in Europe. And finally, we are also taking action at the national level. The German parliament is currently debating a bill that will promote democracy, prevent extremism, and advance political education by supporting the efforts of civil society. With a dedicated initiative named after the German philosopher Hannah Arendt, we are assisting more than 1,000 media professionals and defenders of freedom of expression in conflict zones abroad, as well as in exile in Germany. Because freedom of speech and the free critical press are vital for democracy. It is true that the past year has held tremendous challenges for our open societies, and yet it has shown us what we, as democracies, can accomplish when we stand together. Today, therefore, I am more certain than ever that the future belongs to democracy. Thank you very much, and thank you, Joe, for this important and encouraging initiative.
Malta.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ongoing aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of the core values of democracy: human rights, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and the rule of law. This summit comes at the right time to send a collective and unequivocal message. Together, we stand with Ukraine and uphold their right to peace, freedom, and democracy. Excellencies, since the last Summit for Democracy, Malta has worked tirelessly to deliver on our commitments and to identify new goals. We took decisive action to step up our fight against money laundering and corruption, implementing the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force. Through extensive collaboration with stakeholders and dedication, last June, the FATF recognized our significant progress, leading to Malta's removal from the list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring. Another priority was reinforcing media as one of the main pillars of democracy. A committee of experts on the media was established to analyze the journalistic and media sector, as well as to give feedback on legislative instruments proposed by government to Parliament, aimed at affording the highest level of protection to journalists in Malta. The overall goal was to consolidate the role of journalists and their significant contribution to the functioning of democracy. Anti-SLAPP provisions, as well as increases to penalties for crimes against journalists and limitations to libel suits against deceased daughters, will also be introduced as part of our commitment to advance democracy. Democratic values are and will remain at the heart of our policies. We are working to deliver improved access to justice and information. I am pleased to share that the strategy for the digitalization of the law courts, a commitment made at last year's summit, has been finalized and is being implemented. Malta is convinced that society cannot reach its full potential without enabling every individual to thrive without gender-based obstacles. We are determined to continue to build on the progress made and spearhead further reforms. To this end, the first gender equality and mainstreaming strategy and action plan was launched last year. This strategy aims at identifying and eradicating gender obstacles, biases, and stereotypes by strengthening the gender perspective at all levels and stages of policy making. Gender democracy is fundamental and remains a key priority for my government. To conclude, Malta is proud to be part of the Summit for Democracy process. We stand firm in our resolve to work with all of you on an ambitious set of commitments. Our action or inaction will determine our future, and I believe collective action is crucial for our future.
Serbia.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor to address you again at the Summit for Democracy. I'm grateful to President Biden and our American partners for providing this important platform that has proved itself to be an engine room for advancing democratic values and practices over the past 2 years. The challenges we are facing globally require our united voices. The principles of respect for human rights, rule of law, and international rules-based order are to be echoed and upheld by each one of us. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine has again brought to light the absolute necessity for universal and unwavering observance of international law by all. The Republic of Serbia will keep advocating for the consistent observance and non-selective application of those provisions and principles. The complexity of the global developments and trends, including global security, public health, food supply, climate change, and other challenges, calls for strengthening our national efforts under the united voice of democracy, equal rights, and opportunities for all. Both individual and global stability and progress require our national commitment. I'm proud to share with you that Serbia has shown consistent commitment and, by delivering on its promises made in 2021, completed all of its pledges. Our first of 4 pledges was to improve the integration of the Roma community. A comprehensive institutional approach resulted in addressing the social inequalities and better inclusion of the Roma people in public institutions and other areas of civil society. The Republic of Serbia underwent a process of amending its constitution in order to strengthen the independence of the judiciary and the autonomy of public prosecution, as stated in our second pledge. The constitutional amendments and accompanying set of judicial and public prosecution laws adopted in the National Assembly had been previously assessed by EU bodies, are inclusive, transparent, and in line with European standards. Our strong and continuous commitment to fight corruption, reflected in the third pledge, resulted in the successful implementation of GRECO recommendations as assessed by the Council of Europe's body. The Republic of Serbia is fully committed to promoting regional cooperation, peace, and stability. We believe that a prosperous and connected Western Balkans provides an appropriate framework for further development and strengthening of democracy throughout the region. Guided by these ideas, the Republic of Serbia, together with partners in the region, launched the Open Balkan Initiative and enabled, among other 4 key freedoms, the freedom of movement for workers as one of the fundamental European values as stated in the last pledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Serbia is fully committed to democratic principles and European values. Full EU membership remains one of our key foreign policy priorities and strategic goals. The effort towards achieving that goal is not for the sake of the accession process, but for a better future for all our citizens. I firmly believe in the values and principles of democracy and our shared commitment to global progress. The gathering of democracies under the summit has generated momentum for strengthening and promoting principles and values which are essential for enabling our countries and people to live up to the best of their potential. Democracy needs each and every one of us, and a peaceful and prosperous future needs democracy. Thank you.
Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank President Biden for convening this second Summit for Democracy. In December 2021, at the first summit, our countries resolved to join forces to strengthen democracy and support human rights around the world. We did this because we recognized that our democracies were facing serious challenges and threats, both internally and from outside our borders. Unfortunately, only a couple of months later, one such threat became a reality when Russia launched its brutal war against Ukraine, violating the UN Charter. The war has caused incredible suffering in Ukraine, but also in other parts of the world. We must make sure that those responsible for the countless war crimes and other crimes, including the crime of aggression, are held accountable. The senseless war and challenge to the international order makes our work here at the Summit for Democracy even more important. Strengthening democratic institutions, fighting corruption, supporting civil society and independent media are all necessary to make our democracies more resilient. At the first summit, the Czech Republic made commitments in 4 different areas: fight against corruption, free and fair elections, support for civil society and human rights defenders, and media freedom. I am pleased to highlight some of the progress that we made on these issues over the past several months. On fight against corruption, the Czech government has approved key measures, including amendments to conflict of interest legislation or the bill on protection of whistleblowers. A new anti-corruption strategy for 2023 to 2026 was introduced in November 2022, and the newly adopted 6th National Action Plan within the Open Government Partnership Initiative includes several ambitious commitments. Our support to civil society, human rights defenders, and independent journalists is as strong as it has ever been. Over the past year, we have issued hundreds of emergency visas for activists under threat from authoritarian regimes in their home countries. We have launched a special program allowing many of them to settle in our country long-term and continue their critical work. This is accompanied by an increase in project funding. To promote accountability for gross human rights violations, we have created a new national sanctions mechanism. During the year of action since the first summit, the Czech Republic was pleased to lead, together with Norway and International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, a democracy cohort on civic space. The cohort has developed a number of calls to action on several key issues such as participation in national decision-making processes, support to civil society in exile, or civic space at the United Nations. I would like to invite other states participating in the summit to join those calls and help us make them into a reality. Strengthening democracy at home and abroad is a long and open-ended process, a constant work in progress. No country can ever say it's done, but if we work together, we can be successful. Thank you.
Liechtenstein.
Dear President Biden, dear co-hosts, thank you for bringing democracies together today to deliver on a very fundamental promise: freedom and self-determination for our people and a common set of rules we can all rely on. What unites us in this group is a deep belief that these goals can be achieved if all can meaningfully participate. For Liechtenstein, this means far-reaching direct democratic rights at home and accountable decision-making at the global stage that includes all voices, large and small ones. Our veto initiative at the United Nations contributes to that end. What also unites us in this group is the need to confront those pursuing other objectives. The rule of law anchored in the UN Charter is the bedrock for our collective security. It has been bluntly violated by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Today, we have to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, have we done enough to deter such behavior? Have we failed to protect our UN Charter? Have we, for too long, let leaders, unaccountable to their own people, commit international crimes with impunity? To me, it is clear that we need to do better. Liechtenstein stands with Ukraine in its brave fight for freedom and self-determination. It is a fight in all our names. Together with our partners, we will do whatever we can to deter Russia and to support Ukraine and others suffering the effects of this war. We stand with Ukraine in seeking justice for the grave international crimes committed against its people. And we support our international partners in seeking accountability for the Russian leadership in a special tribunal for the crime of aggression mandated by the UN General Assembly. Here is our opportunity to strengthen the rule of law and democracy for generations to come. Let us rally behind the cause of justice in Ukraine and around the world. In Syria, Myanmar, and many other places, people look at democracies to lead the way to justice. Together, we can do more to get there. We also need to keep fighting corruption, the authoritarian's weapon of choice. For that, we need inclusive and transparent governance, a strong and diverse civil society, and free media. We need to invest in the education of our people, provide opportunities for everyone to prosper and embrace new technologies while containing their risks. We need a private sector contributing to social and environmental goals and to fighting crime, as we do with our Liechtenstein Fast initiative called Finance Against Slavery and Trafficking. For the way ahead, you can be sure that Liechtenstein continues to be a principled voice for democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights and freedom for all.
Belgium.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a beacon of hope built on the ruins of a world shaken by unprecedented horror. The Declaration guarantees the universality of human rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. This is the foundation of the modern international order, the essential obligation of all states. Yet today, so many people still don't enjoy these rights. In the absence of democracy, oppression of the past returns. Authoritarian regimes rise, and they undermine the political legitimacy of the government, just like the social and economic development of society. The resilience of our democracies is being tested by multiple global challenges with concrete local consequences. From the Russian invasion of Ukraine to its devastating effects on global food, energy, and finance systems. From the pandemic to climate change. From disinformation campaigns to attacks on human rights. Democracy and the rule of law are essential and complementary pillars of human rights. When the exercise of freedoms regresses, democracy itself is at risk. We cannot protect universal rights in the absence of strong democracies. This is why Belgium's participation to the Summit of Democracy is directly linked to the core rights and needs of the Belgian citizens, as much as those of citizens of the world. We have pledged several commitments for democracy on domestic and international level. For instance, we lowered the voting age to 16 years for the European elections. By giving young people the opportunity to actively participate in our democracy, we allow them to make their voices heard, and we further stimulate their interest in politics. My government also started a broad democratic debate on the modernization, the efficiency, and the democratic principles of the state. An online platform was launched for citizens, civil society, academics, experts, and the local authorities alike to share ideas and opinions on institutional reforms and democratic renewal. A vital precondition for bolstering our democratic values lies in the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in our societies, and more specifically, our political systems. Many individual women have overcome the obstacles and are actively participating in political decisions. But more can be done to encourage women to take the front seat and to enhance sustainable stability and peace. On the International Women's Rights Day, Belgium organized a debate on the political participation of women to identify further concrete actions to take. Gender equality, the human rights of women and girls, and their equal participation in decision-making are also priorities for Belgium's mandate at the Human Rights Council. With our unique institutional architecture, Belgium has a proven record of dialogue as a source of peaceful solutions. We are ready to share our experiences and hope to join forces to promote peace in Ukraine, just like in other regions across the world. It is my strong belief that democracy, human rights, dialogue and respect for differences are far more effective weapons than hate and exclusion. Let us bring a positive narrative forward, the narrative of the open and inclusive values that we share. Let me be clear, we will not back down on democratic principles and human rights. Today, I am glad to see that Belgium is not alone in this resolve. Thank you.
Italy.
I would like to thank President Biden for this kind invitation to participate in the Summit for Democracy and for this meaningful initiative. Over the last few years, the world has radically changed. The pandemic first and Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine afterwards have shattered our life. These two major events have posed unprecedented challenges and new threats to our democratic institutions. Democracy shouldn't be taken for granted. It is the result of a constant and joint effort. It is a tough job, a job in which I do strongly believe. Italy stands up today to reaffirm the importance of the rule of law and protection of human rights. Together with Europe and like-minded partners and allies, we have proved to be united in a spirit of solidarity towards Ukraine. And I am proud of Italy's contribution to support Ukraine's effort to fight for its freedom and independence. The Summit for Democracy is a great opportunity to work together, also to reverse the storytelling about the efficiency of the authoritarian regimes. There is no trade-off between efficiency and freedom. We should not renounce to dialogue and share different opinions in the name of efficiency. I believe that democracies can reach better results according to our principles and respecting our values. It takes time, but it's worth, and together we can absolutely make it. Throughout the year of action 2022, Italy has developed several initiatives. We are fully and constantly committed to the defense against authoritarianism, the fight against corruption and criminal organizations, the defense against disinformation, and promotion of human rights. In this last field, I want to mention our efforts to ensure that freedom of religion or beliefs come to a major role when defining international cooperation agreements. Democracies have to face other new challenges. I'm thinking, for example, to digital and ecological transition. We need to foster a sense of shared responsibility among international organizations, governments, institutions, and the private sector to create mechanisms in which digital innovation and technological progress ensure that human beings remain central in the decision-making process. We participate actively in different international fora. We allocated 1.4 billion euro to support developing countries. At national level, our investment in this sector is the most relevant, with projects of billions of euros. In our view, this can be decisive also in order to preventing irregular flows of economic migrants, enriching inhuman smugglers and organized crime. More than our commitment today, our action will define and shape our society. As President Biden reminded us during the first summit, inaction is not an option. In fact, the costs of inaction are often much greater than any commitment we can make. Let's be engaged. We owe it to future generations. Thank you.
Kosovo.
Dear President Biden, dear colleagues, democracy is more than a mere system of governance. For the Republic of Kosovo, it was our strong desire for democracy that secured our path to freedom and independence. And by strengthening it today, democracy will pave our way for a brighter future within Euro-Atlantic institutions. At its very heart, democracy is fundamentally about having the right to choose your path, your future, and your destiny. The people of Kosovo have chosen their path. This year's Summit for Democracy has certainly been our year of action. With full force and fervor, we have worked to implement the commitments we set out last year. But the year of action has also been a year of substantial global challenges, with indiscriminate and flagrant violations of human rights happening across the world as we gather here today. Kosovo knows too well what it's like for an innocent people to be on the receiving end of a brutal and genocidal war, which is precisely why, without a second thought, we immediately imposed sanctions against Russia and have relentlessly supported the people of Ukraine. The immense suffering of the Ukrainian people serves as a stark reminder that there is no price too high to pay for freedom and democracy, and we will continue to stand with our allies to defend these values anywhere in the world. Over the past year, we have made significant progress in advancing our democracy, strengthening the rule of law, and fighting corruption. We are implementing the national strategy on the rule of law alongside uncompromising and record-paced reforms to ensure accountable, equitable, and responsive governance throughout public institutions. Our efforts have been recognized the world over. Together with our friends from the Dominican Republic, we have co-led the rule of law cohort within the Summit for Democracy. In addition, according to Freedom House, Kosovo ranked as the third most improved democracy in the world in 2022, and in just 2 years has jumped 20 places higher in Transparency International's Anti-Corruption Index. Since we last met, we have worked tirelessly to advance diversity and inclusion as a cornerstone for the protection of human rights. We committed to establishing the Presidential Council for Democracy and Human Rights, and we delivered. This council has ensured oversight for our pledges and commitments by the highest institutions in the country and across every layer of governance. And its work will continue beyond the second edition of the summit. We are also proud to report the adoption of a bold national strategy against gender-based violence and for having taken meaningful steps to guarantee women's rightful place in public institutions and decision-making roles. A strong democracy is a democracy that also delivers for women. We have made significant strides, but as long as women continue to face misogyny in the workplace, violence at home, silencing in the classroom, or abuse while walking down the street, this battle is far from over. During this year of action, Kosovo has led the global discussions on advancing women's rights by hosting the International Forum on Women, Peace and Security, with over 500 thought leaders from 6 continents. And this coming October, we'll look forward to welcoming you all for the second edition in our capital, Pristina. Dear colleagues, our commitment to democracy isn't just a summit pledge. It's our everyday existence on the front line against autocracies. Our commitment has and always will be unbreakable. Our commitment to working with partners across the world to defend and nurture it is equally so. As President Biden recently said, it is in moments of great upheaval and uncertainty that knowing what you stand for matters the most. And knowing who stands with you makes all the difference. It is only through joining forces that we can build a future where democracy is a reality for all. Thank you.
Albania.
It is my honor to address for the second time this Summit of Democracy launched by the President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. 1 year after the start of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, this second round of gathering democracies around the table gains a new sense of urgency and importance. As a country that has experienced the darkness of a dictatorial regime and the lack of basic freedoms, Albania from the moment it joins the community of democracies, has not only demonstrated a national commitment to build a new state based on democratic institutions, but has also persevered in the challenging path towards this very new destination in our history. We'll never be able to thank enough our role models and strategic allies, United States and EU, for inspiring us and assisting us in this tortuous new path. Though a still very young democracy, Albania is today a proud member of this community of democracies, demonstrating its values and beliefs in the international stage, not just as a NATO member and the EU candidate country, but also in fulfilling special tasks like the chairmanship of the OSCE in 2020 or the actual mandate as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. On the other hand, improving our democratic life remains our top priority, and serving better our citizens is the most important part of our daily work. The digital revolution of public service in Albania, which began with only few services on our national platform several years ago, has given to our people the great possibility nowadays of 1,225 online services, or about 95% of all public services online, meaning much more transparency and no more bribery in the interaction between the state and its citizens. This does not mean that we can declare victory over corruption, but simply that we can prove our ambition, our will, and our persistence in fighting it with a clear vision of modernization. Our judiciary reform, which lies at the heart of our transformative reform agenda, is finally showing the nation that yes, fighting corruption is not only possible, but is doable. So thanks to such a thorough reform and to the brand new institutions of justice, what was historically unimaginable until only some years ago is becoming practically possible. Individuals connected to the power being convicted and indicted. Never happened before in Albania's history. As part of the initiative of the Open Government Partnership, Albania continues to strive towards a more accessible, more responsive, and more accountable government for its citizens. We are proud to be on the top of the UN chart for the women participation in government, and to see the gap of the gender working force tightening steadily every year, from more than 20% less than 10 years ago, in less than 14% today. A lot has been done in all fronts, but more need to be done, and this is why we fight for, by being focused on our new destination of fully integrated Albania in the Euro-Atlantic community, and by serving this high purpose with hard work, hand in hand with our big allies. Lately, we have suffered a very vicious cyber attack from a dictatorship, namely Iran, and we remain hopeful that Albania's allies, US first and foremost, will do more to help us protecting our country in a war that we can't win alone. Thank you all.
Croatia.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, as we gather for this second Summit for Democracy, our fundamental values and international order are under threat. Therefore, it is important to stay united and stand firm in protecting democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. It is especially important that we do so in Ukraine, where we continue to support the Ukrainian people. Because they're not only defending their own freedom, they're taking a stand for the democratic world. As the Croatian government, we have also stood by our own citizens in dealing with negative consequences of the Russian aggression and invasion in Ukraine. Through economic support packages, we have alleviated rising energy prices and inflation with a clear goal of preventing social divide, ensuring social cohesion, and protecting democracy. At the last summit, we called the 2022 a year of action. All commitments that we undertook that were meant to foster our democratic systems. But they also aimed to help countries around the world where those democratic principles are under threat for different reasons. In 2022, Croatia continued to strengthen its judiciary, having in mind that independent and efficient judicial system serves as a safeguard of the rule of law.
We have significantly improved our overall anti-corruption framework with a clear understanding that less corruption means more democracy. In the area of human rights, we are actively seeking effective ways to promote tolerance, equality, and combat all forms of discrimination. Through the projects we have helped to implement internationally, we supported democratic electoral practices, fostered education and building up of institutional capacities. In the period ahead, we will intensify activities aimed at countering violence and hate speech, especially towards vulnerable groups and national minorities. Through the new National Plan for Gender Equality, we aim to further promote women's empowerment. And as the chair of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IRA, in 2023 and 2024, Croatia will focus on the Future of Remembrance initiative. The goal of the Croatian presidency is to safeguard the contemporary memory about the Holocaust by developing digital solutions, promoting tolerance, implementing IRA definitions, and combating hate speech in sports. Finally, this year, Croatia has become a member of the Eurozone and the Schengen area, thus strengthening our institutions and international position. Our deeper European integration is the fulfillment of our own strategic goals, but it is also a strong message that the European project itself remains robust and relevant. Dear friends, today the rules-based international order is under threat, and international peace and security are uncertain. It is precisely now that it is imperative to continue strengthening resilience and our democratic systems and protecting fundamental values which underpin them. I can assure you that Croatia has been doing and will continue to do its share at this year's Summit for Democracy and beyond. Thank you.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed presidents and prime ministers, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to participate in the Summit for Democracy this year. All of us gathered here share the same fundamental values that characterize our societies and values towards which we must always strive, especially today when we are faced with multi-layered and intertwined global crises that seemed impossible only a few years ago. Therefore, allow me to thank you, President Biden, for this praiseworthy initiative of the United States, as well as the governments of Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and the Republic of Zambia. This summit is an opportunity to reflect on the period behind us. The pandemic and Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine are the catalysts for slowed economic growth, double-digit inflation rates, and the deteriorating state of labor markets and food supply chains around the world. We cannot be blind to the fact that many autocracies and dictatorships seek to extend their influence to several regions in the world, including through the abuse of modern information technologies. We are witnesses of the spread of false information and content, but also of the growing abuse of private data by certain non-democratic regimes. It is in this manner that they are trying to weaken the security of citizens and society, especially those that are in the process of strengthening their democratic institutions. It is only together that we can combat such challenges and stop the efforts of those malicious actors who weaken democracy and the international legal order. Given the special context in which the countries of the Western Balkans find themselves, we must be aware that the aforementioned non-democratic trends bear even greater repercussions on our societies. I will remind you that, when we replaced the socialist system with democracy 3 decades ago, a bloody conflict that took tens of thousands of lives began in my country. We succeeded with the leadership and aid of the United States of America and European countries in preserving the multinational country of the three constituent peoples, Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs, and all other citizens. Much like some European countries and regions that are founded on the principles of power sharing, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a democratic country in which its three main peoples share power in the collective institutions of the country and entities, especially in the entity of the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. National and ethnic affiliation, gender, language, and other identity differences must not be a reason for exclusion from key democratic and necessary transition processes. In the forthcoming period, Bosnia and Herzegovina will, in order to strengthen human rights, harmonize its internal legislation with the highest European standards of human rights and democracy. By that, I also mean the electoral legislation, which must reflect the division of power between the three constituent peoples, but also include all national minorities, Jews, Roma, and all other groups of citizens in accordance with the Dayton Peace Agreement, decisions of the European Court of Human Rights, and domestic courts. Ladies and gentlemen, I will propose, jointly with partners, fundamental reforms of the judicial system in the coming period, with which we will strengthen transparency, the rule of law, and the fight against crime, as well as the strongest possible strengthening of collective and individual human rights. Comprehensive economic reforms await us, including in the field of environmental protection, digitalization, and numerous infrastructure projects. With your aid, I am convinced of the success of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the success of our work as part of this Summit for Democracy. Democracy ensures peace and progress in deeply divided societies. Thank you.
European Commission.
At the first Summit for Democracy, we took a collective commitment to show that democracies deliver. And indeed, the European Union has delivered in response to Russia's inhuman and unjustified attack against Ukraine. We delivered unprecedented support to Ukraine, 67 billion euros to help a country that is fighting for basic rights, such as freedom and self-determination. We delivered sweeping sanctions against Russia to make Russia pay for trampling on the international law and the UN Charter. And we delivered emergency aid to vulnerable countries hit by Putin's food and energy war. We stood up to defend Ukraine's and every country's right to determine its own future. But democracy isn't only challenged in the battlefields of Ukraine. Our democracies are also challenged from within and from abroad. In a democracy, power is given and settle our political differences at the ballot box. But for democracy to work, there has to be trust. Trust in the institutions, trust in the system of checks and balances, trust in the media and in the freedom to express your views. When people lose trust, that's when democracy is imperiled. The opponents of democracy know this. They are spreading lies, planting conspiracy theories, and poisoning our public debate. They want to undermine the trust in democratic institutions. They are abusing the very freedoms we strive to uphold, to deceive and manipulate. But we are fighting back. We defined clear responsibilities for online platforms when it comes to taking down illegal content. We put forward a Media Freedom Act to protect media pluralism and independence. Our code of practice on disinformation has become an international benchmark to empower fact-checkers and to cut revenues for those who spread lies. And soon we will have a European law to make political advertising more transparent. The opponents of democracy want to muddy the waters. Europe is responding with greater transparency and clearer rules for all. Our next step will be a defense of democracy package that will bring covert foreign influence to light. If foreign actors are secretly financing research or lobby groups to influence our democratic processes, their activities will be exposed. Our citizens deserve to know the truth. We will not let autocracies attack our democracies from within. Today, we all understand that we must fight for democracy every single day. That's the nature of democracy. We can never take it for granted. We must always take care of it and renew that bond of trust between the people and the institutions that serve them.
United Kingdom.
Since the Summit for Democracy in 2021, there have been two defining events. First, Russia has sought to obliterate democracy in Ukraine, while also accelerating their malicious disinformation campaigns around the world. Second, democracies like ours have stood up. We have worked together to protect the Ukrainian people and to defend their rights and freedoms. We have shown that our commitment to upholding democracy is stronger than ever. And we have shown that we're prepared to do the painstaking work of protecting it. That's why we've exceeded the ambitious commitments we made at the 2021 summit. We've grown the Media Freedom Coalition to 50 members, all working together to defend journalistic free speech around the world. We're legislating to bear down on kleptocrats, criminals and terrorists who seek to abuse our financial system. We've harnessed the power of tech through our joint leadership of the Technology for Democracy cohort and our work on the responsible use of cyber power. And we will keep going further. That's why we're creating a new Defending Democracy Task Force, dedicated to protecting our democratic processes and institutions from foreign interference. And we're ready to support others to do the same. Democracy is the platform on which humanity's collective progress has been built. A world without it would be a world without freedom, without justice, and without hope. And so over the last year, we have shown our intent that we will not allow the future to be defined by authoritarianism, that instead it will be defined by democracy. At this year's summit, let's recommit ourselves to that goal.
Senegal.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank President Joe Biden for his kind invitation, as well as my colleagues from the Republic of Korea, Costa Rica, the Netherlands and Zambia, co-organizers of the Second Summit for Democracy. I take this opportunity to reaffirm that Senegal is anchored resolutely in our shared values of freedom, democracy, and respect for human rights. At our first summit, we made a commitment to continue implementing our shared ideals through our actions. In that spirit, I am happy to inform our summit that in the space of 6 months, in January and July 2022 respectively, Senegal held local and parliamentary elections unanimously deemed peaceful, free and fair by national and international observers. Following the same standards, we will hold the presidential election in 2024. But beyond the values of freedom and democracy, which we defend together, I think it is equally necessary that we do more in solidarity to counter the perils that are increasingly threatening the democratic system. I am thinking of extreme poverty and social inequality. I am thinking of massive attacks and fake news on social media. I am thinking of extremism on all sides that take advantage of the virtues of democracy but do not believe in them, and even less practice them. And yet, democracy is both about freedom and responsibility. It demands that all stakeholders respect its underpinning rules and institutions, and excludes any form of violence from the political field. Besides, the tendency of vote fragmentation shows that the future of the democratic system will also hinge on our capacity to be open-minded and accept dialogue to build, beyond partisan lines, sustainable consensus for the power sharing and stability that are necessary in the running of public affairs. Finally, experience has proven that in democracy there is no complete model to be used as a template, but an ever more perfectible exercise where we all learn from each other. This is the meaning Senegal gives to our summit. I wish us full success in our deliberations, and I thank you.
Portugal.
Democracy delivers freedom, and freedom is as essential to us as food, water, or air. It is an essential part of human condition. Without freedom, no individual can be complete. We need it to find our true selves and to achieve our full potential. Being essential to us as individuals, it's also vital to our collective life, to our societies. Art needs freedom, culture needs freedom, science and innovation need freedom. No country can be prosperous, inclusive, peaceful, and developed without a free society, without free citizens. There may be many ways to achieve freedom, but there is only one way to truly preserve and guarantee it: through democracy. That is why we must protect democracy and make it stronger every day. We can never take it for granted. Democracies are constantly challenged, and the menaces we currently face are clear. Growing inequalities, fake news, and hate speech are fuel to rise and dangerous populism all over the world. We need to act decisively. First and foremost, we need to invest in education. There can be no free democratic societies without conscious and free-thinking citizens. Quality education is key to achieve this. For that reason, we should encourage our youth to stay in school and democratize higher education access. We need to make sure that our citizens, especially the younger, have the tools to live their lives to its potential, to transform our societies through innovation and shape a better future. We must also fight growing inequalities among our citizens and among nations. Fighting inequalities will beat populism. We need to remove people out of poverty, but we also need to ensure that everyone can enjoy a dignified life with access to education, jobs, and housing. That every citizen can achieve the right balance between personal and professional life. Last, we also need strong democracies to face some of the biggest challenges of our time, like climate change. Climate change is also a cause for democratic erosion. It affects the daily lives of millions all over the world. It impacts all the society, generates conflicts, and forces people to migrate. The transition to carbon-neutral economies is fundamental, but we need to make sure it will be fair and inclusive, especially to the most vulnerable. We must leave no one behind. Through these actions, through our collective action, we will have stronger democracies and more freedom. It is our duty as citizens to be guardians of democracy and therefore of our freedom.
Iceland.
Dear friends and dear colleagues, Iceland made several pledges at the first summit of democracy a year ago, and I am happy to report that we have made meaningful progress on every one of them. In our capacity as the chair of the Council of Europe and the Nordic Council of Ministers, as well as in the executive board of UNESCO, we focus on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, all of which are under serious strain. There is a tendency to think that democracies perish as a result of violent actions such as military coups or aggression. But in our time, they can also be undermined by other overt means or wither away in enforced silence. We have witnessed elected leaders coming to power through parliamentary means who then engage in an authoritarian power grab aimed at eliminating democratic checks and balances. We have also seen non-democratic states with no interest in the promotion of equality or human rights emerging as major players on the international scene. We can debate whether it matters more that democratic states are becoming fewer or less democratic, yet, as I said, democratic rights can be suppressed or they can slip away, and for this reason they have to be fought for, nurtured and protected. And we need the multilateral system to weather the storms we currently face. Democracies must stay together to protect hard-won political rights and freedoms. Iceland has prioritized equal participation of men and women, which remains pivotal for democracy. At home, we are working on a pilot project on the equal value of jobs to ensure that traditional women's jobs are valued equally with traditional men's jobs. We have changed legislation on sexual immunity and harassment, improved the legal status of victims, increased funding, and worked according to a prevention plan against sexual and gender-based violence in primary schools. In recent years, there has been a serious setback in women's rights to control their own bodies, with stricter abortion laws around the world. In Iceland, we have passed a progressive abortion legislation. We did that in 2019, ensuring women's self-determination over their bodies. And online violence is on the increase. This is a serious threat to democracy because it discourages civic participation and prevents women and girls specifically from democratic participation. At the latest CSW, there was a vibrant discussion on the gender impact of artificial intelligence. Designed by man, algorithms are based on masculine values, but not least data, and they have the potential to reinforce existing inequalities instead of reducing them. Therefore, we need to secure women's participation in new technologies, research and innovation, as well as in STEM education. In those brief remarks, I have chosen to focus on gender equality, mention some examples of concrete action, and we will continue to share our experiences and learn from others in the cohort on gender equality as a prerequisite for democracy, and in the Global Partnership on Action Against Online Violence and Abuse. Finally, allow me to applaud President Biden for convening this summit. The safeguarding of fundamental human rights, democracy, and the rule of law remains one of the defining challenges of our time.
Liberia.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of Liberia, I'm honored to participate in this second Democracy Summit. I congratulate President Joseph R. Biden and our co-hosts for organizing this summit, which brings us together once again in the cause of democratic governance. During the first Democracy Summit held recently, Liberia made various commitments in strengthening and safeguarding democracy at home and abroad. Those commitments are being successfully implemented. At that meeting, I pledged my administration's unflinching commitment to the defense of democracy, the fight against corruption, and the promotion of human rights and good governance. We continue to deliver on our commitments to media freedom and openness in legislative processes, as well as the elimination of harmful traditional practices. We have enacted a landmark anti-corruption law which gives greater independence and autonomy to existing anti-corruption agencies. We have also enacted a new anti-money laundering law to fight illicit financial flows as well as drugs and terrorism financing. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honor our stewardship. Liberia has been consistent and steadfast on the path of democracy. New laws have been enacted to protect free speech, and the right to freedom of assembly has also been guaranteed. There have been no political prisoners or prisoners of conscience since the beginning of my administration more than 5 years ago. Our democratic institutions, including the judiciary, continue to improve on their capacity to respect and protect the fundamental rights of citizens and residents, and to strengthen accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. During my visit to Washington, D.C. last December, I affirmed my commitment to free, fair, transparent, and peaceful presidential and legislative elections, which are due to be held in Liberia in October this year. The peaceful conduct of which will strengthen our democratic credentials and showcase Liberia as a bastion of democracy in Africa. We remain unwavering in that commitment. I am confident that Liberia will remain a pillar of democracy on the African continent and pledge to continue to be an integral part of the global coalition in defense of democracy in the world. I thank you for your attention.
Ireland.
Democracy at its heart is government for, by, and of the people. It works on the principle that where there is power, there must also be accountability, and where there are rights, they should be universal, that people are inherently free. All democracies are a work in progress, often under pressure, frequently as perfect. As was once said, democracy is the worst system of government, except for all the others. It's our task as leaders to nurture and protect democracies, including in the face of new and profound threats. Since the first Summit for Democracy over a year ago, we have seen those challenges grow. In Europe, an authoritarian and imperialist regime is waging a war against a neighbouring state, ignoring the democratic wishes of its people and their right to determine their own future. With our democratic partners around the world, Ireland has taken every opportunity to oppose this flagrant attack on democracy, advocating for accountability and for Ukraine. If Russia's war in Ukraine tells us anything, it's that we can never take democracy for granted. And that's why today's summit really matters. It matters to Ukraine, it matters to every democracy around the world. I believe that vibrant democracies are the best bulwark we have against despotism and autocracy. Part of being accountable is following through on the commitments we make. And since last year's summit, Ireland has taken concrete steps to fortify our own democratic institutions and to support democracy in our international engagements. Democracy is about more than elections, but they are its foundation. So earlier this year, Ireland established an independent electoral commission with statutory powers to develop and safeguard our electoral system and run our elections. It will engage directly with the public to explain our democratic process and to encourage people to participate through registering to vote, casting their vote, and standing as candidates in elections. True freedom is not possible without press freedom, and Ireland has an independent and pluralistic media sector. To protect it, we established a Future of Media Commission, an independent expert body tasked with identifying a sustainable pathway for the media sector over the next decade and beyond. We're also reviewing and reforming our defamation laws. We know that xenophobia and hatred undermine our democracy, and in Ireland we're combating hate and intolerance through legislation and education. Last October we published a new law on hatred and hate offences, and in the weeks ahead we'll present a new action plan against racism. We also know that vibrant democracy around the world is enabled by a thriving society. Based on OECD expertise, Ireland is working with civil society across our International Development Cooperation Programme and our humanitarian assistance work. Alongside the European Commission and 13 other member states, we're also driving the Team Europe Democracy Initiative, which sets out to reverse democratic decline worldwide. Finally, through the Summit for Democracy's Year of Action, Ireland led a cohort on deliberative democracy and citizens' assemblies with the European Commission and our friends at the New Democracy Foundation Australia. Drawing on our positive national experience of citizens' assemblies, we've promoted innovative approaches to allow citizens' views to feed into policy formation and also constitutional change. With this work, we're demonstrating that democracy delivers. It supports and enables informed and engaged electorates that demand accountability and results from their leaders. Through this summit and beyond, Ireland will remain a champion for democracy at home and also as a member of the international community. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express
Marshall Islands.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to bring you warm greetings of Yahweh at this second Summit for Democracy. My fellow leaders, 1 year
The Gambia. Indonesia. The Gambia. Argentina.
Quiero empezar por agradecerles esta invitación a ser parte de la segunda cumbre por la democracia. Hablar de democracia en los tiempos que vivimos es realmente trascendente. Después de la pandemia, el mundo se ha conmovido y los sectores más reaccionarios han aparecido en nuestras sociedades poniendo en jaque precisamente las condiciones democráticas en las que vivimos. Asoman discursos de odio, asoman acciones violentas, asoman acciones discriminatorias que definitivamente solo afectan la convivencia democrática. Para nosotros, no hay derechos humanos sin democracia. Y no hay democracia sin plena vigencia de los derechos humanos. La Argentina está cumpliendo este año 40 años de vigencia ininterrumpida de democracia. Es algo inusual para nosotros, porque hasta 1983 la historia política argentina da cuenta de dos momentos: democracias débiles y golpes militares, a veces sangrientos, a veces asesinos, que iban alternando en el poder. ¿Cuál era la postergación de siempre? La democracia. Y cuando la democracia se posterga, lo que más sufre es la igualdad social. El poderoso somete al más débil. El desafío que tenemos precisamente es escapar a esa lógica, es construir una sociedad más igualitaria. Y para eso la democracia es insustituible. Algunos dicen que la democracia es el menos malo de los regímenes. No es el menos malo, es el mejor régimen. Porque da la posibilidad a todos de expresarnos, de ser representados y de cambiar cuando las sociedades reclaman situaciones de cambio. En este tiempo tan difícil, donde la pandemia nos golpeó profundamente, donde una guerra sobreviene en Europa y afecta a la economía global, donde el cambio climático nos hace vivir situaciones inesperadas como en Argentina la sequía, donde el riesgo a una crisis financiera asoma cada vez que un banco hace estallar una burbuja. En este tiempo, la necesidad de fortalecer las instituciones democráticas son mayores. Y en eso estamos empeñados. Nosotros somos parte del mundo global. Creemos en el multilateralismo. Y lo que necesitamos es que las instituciones del multilateralismo entiendan que para que la democracia funcione, el multilateralismo debe funcionar. Eso incluye a los organismos de crédito. Porque la verdad, los organismos internacionales de crédito están más preocupados por cobrar sus deudas que por promover el desarrollo social que las democracias más débiles hoy necesitan. Yo los convoco a que demos la vuelta a la página en este tiempo de la historia. Hemos sufrido demasiado. Dejemos de hacer sufrir a nuestros pueblos. Hagamos lo necesario para mancomunar esfuerzos. Estamos todos en un mismo barco. Y como dice el Papa Francisco, aquí nadie se salva solo. Muchas gracias.
Guyana.
The Cooperative Republic of Guyana welcomes the convening of this summit and congratulates the governments of the United States, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and the Republic of Zambia for co-hosting the second edition of the Summit for Democracy. Over the past year, Guyana has consolidated democratic rule in accordance with the commitments it made at the inaugural Summit for Democracy. Guyana continues to fortify the pillars of democracy, including respect for the right of the people to elect a government of their choice at free and fair elections, held at periodic and constitutionally determined intervals, respect for the rule of law, respect for a free press, respect for the human rights and civil liberties of citizens, respect and recognition for minorities and vulnerable groups in our society, and respect and support for the independence of the judiciary, consistent with our belief that national democracy needs to be reinforced and safeguarded at international level. Guyana has consistently advocated for greater respect for democratic norms and values in accordance with each country's own experience. Guyana is strengthening democracy by promulgating electoral reforms to prevent electoral theft, enhance transparency in the collection and use of public revenues. It is promoting greater inclusion, and more even-handed development, Guyana has moved towards electoral reform through a consultative process to strengthen our electoral system and insulate it against attempts to pervert the democratic will of the people. Local democracy is being strengthened and renewed through the holding later this year of local government elections, which will allow citizens a greater role in decision-making on issues that directly impact their daily lives. Cognizant of the multidimensional aspect of democracy, including the indivisibility of democracy and development, Guyana is advancing a process of shared economic prosperity in which no segment of our population will be left behind in the country's ongoing economic transformation. Guyana's newfound oil wealth has provided it with a means to vastly accelerate economic development, one that will be characterized by economic inclusion, greater equality, and expanded economic opportunities. In this regard, Guyana is committed towards a people-centered model of economic development. Guyana intends to remain a respected member of the democratic fold of nations. It enjoins itself to sustain the cooperation and collaboration with friendly and fraternal states in pursuance of its national interests, with relations to being predicated on respect for democracy. Our participation in this summit affirms our steadfast commitment to democratic rule. We wish every success to this Summit of Democracy 2023. I thank you.
Canada.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. Today we're coming together to reaffirm our commitment to strengthening democracy. When we talk about democracy, we're talking about more than the right to vote. We're talking about the rights of people and the strength of the institutions that serve them. As elected officials, it's on all of us to make sure that our citizens have confidence in our institutions. Confidence that if an election is held, their vote will be counted and that the processes in place are secure. Confidence that if they go online, there are safeguards to protect them. And confidence that if they're a minority in their community, their rights will be respected and upheld. Depuis notre dernier sommet en 2021, notre volonté commune d'éliminer les menaces contre la démocratie est devenue de plus en plus importante. On n'a qu'à penser à l'invasion brutale lancée par Poutine. La guerre a tué d'innocentes personnes et menace les valeurs de liberté et de démocratie pour lesquelles les Ukrainiens combattent. Le Canada a soutenu la résistance héroïque de l'Ukraine et tout ce qu'elle représente. When we last came together, Canada presented 35 commitments to reinforce democracy both at home and abroad. Since then, we've stepped up. We've bolstered the G7 rapid response mechanism aimed at countering foreign threats to democracy, including disinformation. In 2022, we chaired the Freedom Online Coalition, which helped defend internet freedom and addressed internet shutdowns perpetrated by Iran. And through other initiatives like Canada's Action Plan on Combating Hate, we're standing up against racism, xenophobia, and discrimination. Ce ne sont là que quelques exemples du travail qu'on a accompli et les contributions du Canada vont se poursuivre. My friends, the democracies we're a part of didn't happen by accident, and they won't continue without effort. By working together, we can strengthen democracies around the world, and in doing so, we can create a more prosperous and peaceful world for everyone. Merci.
St. Kitts and Nevis.
Distinguished host of the Second Summit of Democracy, President Joseph Biden, distinguished co-host President Chavez of Costa Rica, Prime Minister Rutte of Netherlands, President Yoon of the Republic of Korea, President Hichilema of the Republic of Zambia, other chiefs of state, heads of government, international and civil society organizations, other government and non-governmental participants. It is a distinct honor for me to participate in this high-level forum, the second Summit of Democracy, being held by virtual means under the auspices of President Joseph Biden of the United States of America, one of our most important development partners. Our participation in this summit will enable us to contribute to informative and thought-provoking discussions geared towards strengthening democracy in all its facets. From the perspective of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, democracy is one of the fundamental pillars on which we build a sustainable small island state. The institution of the state functions effectively when woven and undergirded by the fabric of democracy. It is therefore prudent to strengthen it to ensure its sustainability. It provides a platform for principles of transparency, certainty, predictability, equity, fairness, and respect for the rule of law. Without these jewels, we create an environment shaped by mistrust, public corruption, and anarchy. Democracy flourishes when it is nurtured by the policies that are clearly designed to empower all sectors of the society. Information gaps lead to mistrust and discontent. Legislation to advance the freedom of information and promote integrity in public life is a critical part of the discussion on strengthening democracy. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis has taken positive legislative steps in this regard. We are confident that we will reap the rewards of our investments in strengthening democracy at the national level, with the hope of initiating a ripple effect throughout our region. Mr. President, I thank you for affording me the opportunity to deliver this statement at this high-level forum.
Dominican Republic.
Dear colleagues, the importance of upholding democratic values in the daily practice of governing has become a fundamental requirement. During these trying times, the government of the Dominican Republic is dedicated to strengthening democracy as the best system that enables the opportunities for our citizens to achieve happiness and progress in their individual lives. On behalf of President Luis Abinader, I would like to congratulate President Biden on maintaining a global commitment to the consolidation of democracy throughout the world. We underscore our belief that it is our duty to collaborate with like-minded countries. I am pleased to announce that the Dominican Republic has fulfilled the commitments we put forward during the 2021 summit, including enacting a new asset forfeiture law that strengthens transparency and accountability. We were delighted to receive the distinction of co-leading the court, rule of law and people-centered justice for the summit's years of action, together with colleagues from the Republic of Kosovo and a group of renowned international civil society organizations. Our goal is to reaffirm our commitment to a fair, inclusive, and democratic society. This court will put forth a joint statement in the very near future. The Dominican government is dedicated to developing the National Forum for the Rule of Law, a platform for dialogue among diverse national actors to access periodic progress and talents of equal justice for all. We are also committed to passing new legislation for the management of confiscated, seized, and abandoned assets, as well as updating our public procurement law. Additionally, we aim to strengthen the legal rights of vulnerable groups, particularly women and children. Dear colleagues, this is a critical moment of change. We must transform multilateral organizations because, despite their fundamental role in ensuring international peace and security, broader participation from members of the international community is necessary to achieve the consensus required for sustainability, freedom, and peace for all nations. Let us not lose hope. The time to act is now. Thank you.
The Bahamas.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, greetings from the Bahamas. Democracy is the system of governance most conducive to supporting the rule of law and human freedoms. And democracies the world over have given rise to great human flourishing. Yet we have seen that holding free and fair elections is just the beginning. In order to be enduring, democratic institutions must be flexible and modern. They must also fight misinformation and disinformation and meet economic and social needs with compassion and effective policy. Unfortunately, we know that some leaders and countries use the crisis of the pandemic as cover for democratic backsliding. One of my first actions after coming into office in the fall of 2021 was to end our country's emergency orders, which had given too much power to a single man. We must be able to respond to emergencies without undermining constitutional governance. A democracy can only be strong if it is inclusive. We have actively promoted the full participation of women in our political system with concerted recruitment of efforts that resulted in the largest number of women serving in parliament in our nation's history. Women are also leading in both chambers of our legislature as Speaker of the House and President of the Senate. Our policies, as well as our politics, must also be as inclusive as possible. We have adopted technologies to better serve people with disabilities in the Bahamas. A new app, realized in partnership with the UNDP, affords vital access to previously inaccessible services and employment opportunities. These strides are important, and they are only the beginning. We have begun the phasing in of a Freedom of Information Act. We are building an economy that is more inclusive and offers opportunities to a wider range of our citizens. We are encouraging a new generation of climate and environmental activists. We are addressing the learning loss from the pandemic, building affordable housing, raising wages, respecting unions and their workers. We are also making a historic investment in agriculture and food security, strengthening our borders and supporting Bahamian-owned small businesses. Because here in the third oldest democracy in the Western Hemisphere, we believe in proving that democracy can deliver tangible results for citizens.
St. Lucia.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, let me express my sincere appreciation to President Joe Biden for this invitation to participate in this second Summit for Democracy. We need to be able to share the experiences of our democratic processes, for through our exchanges, our systems of democratic government, which are so vital for the social and economic well-being of our people, can be enriched. The people of St. Lucia, through the resounding mandate they handed to my party, the St. Lucia Labour Party, in the 26 July 2021 general elections, demonstrated that ours is a democracy that is indeed vibrant. Since the first summit in December 2021, my administration, which is about 4 months away from observing its second year in government, has taken some significant steps to strengthen that democracy and to fulfill our election promises in that regard. Our 2021 general elections were, however, conducted in some constituencies whose population sizes were not in keeping with the provisions of our Constitution, that all constituencies shall contain as a nearly equal number of inhabitants as appears to the Constituency Boundaries Commission to be reasonable and practicable. The revision of the boundaries of these constituencies had been long overdue. In 2015, when my party last held the reins of government, we had set in motion the processes whereby the Constituency Boundaries Commission could have corrected these anomalies. But the then opposition party, which assumed office in 2016, delayed and then halted that process. I'm pleased to report that our government has appointed a new Constituency Boundaries Commission, which has almost completed its work, and is expected that whenever the next general elections are held in St. Lucia, they will take place with constituencies whose compositions will be faithful to our Constitution. One of the fundamental planks of my party's electoral campaign in 2020-2021 was that we would return good governance to the people of St. Lucia, who had witnessed its constitutional norms and parliamentary conventions being abused for 5 years. For 5 years, St. Lucia's House of Assembly, its lower chamber of parliament, functioned without a deputy speaker, contrary to Section 36 of the Constitution. On the 7th March this year, the Parliament of St. Lucia, at the initiative of my administration, amended the country's constitution to ensure that the House of Assembly will always have a deputy speaker and that no future prime minister will be able to exploit constitutional ambiguity to repeat this disregard of the Constitution. We, who are the guardians of our Constitution, by virtue of our political offices, must never be the violators of their tenets. One of the threats to democratic government is corruption. Corruption not only retards a country's economic development, but is also an assault on its democracy. To curtail corrupt practices in the functioning of our government service, my administration, in August last year, passed in Parliament a novel special prosecutor bill which provides for the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate and prosecute the corrupt conduct of politicians and public officials. If democracy is of the people, then the institutions of democratic government must be from the people. St. Lucia's constitution was inherited from Britain, our former colonial power, 44 years ago, and in its judicial provisions, our highest appellate court was a British institution, Her Majesty's Council or the Privy Council. On the 28th of February this year, the Parliament of St. Lucia enacted a historic amendment to the Constitution, replacing the Privy Council with the Caribbean Court of Justice. By this act, our legislators expressed their confidence in the proven ability of our Caribbean people to be their judges, and by this amendment, they further consolidated our independence from the colonial government. In the years ahead, we shall be embarking on additional constitutional reform to make our supreme law a genuine product of our culture and governance experiences and truly reflective of the will, ideas, and philosophies of our people. Even as we do so, we will continue to maintain, uphold, and protect the fundamental rights and freedoms to which our people are entitled, which are enshrined in our Constitution, and which they are enjoying. It gives me much pride to see that in St. Lucia, democracy is alive, democracy is well, and democracy flourishes. I thank you.
Colombia.
La democracia sigue siendo un proyecto en la historia de la humanidad. Ha obtenido logros indudables desde las primeras revoluciones en Estados Unidos, Francia y en nuestra América Latina. Ha enseñado a construir partidos, leyes y pactos sociales. La institucionalidad democrática ha logrado consolidar derechos individuales y liberales. En nuestra América se ha sintetizado en un gran acuerdo multilateral que es el Sistema Interamericano de Derechos Humanos. Pero hoy hay problemas. La democracia está cuestionada. No solo Europa y el mundo sufrieron el sacrificio de 50 millones de seres humanos en la lucha contra el fascismo en la Segunda Guerra Mundial, sino que nuestra América tuvo que ver cómo una vez aprobado el sistema interamericano, se hundía en dictaduras y guerras la mayoría de nuestros países. El proyecto democrático de la humanidad hoy afronta grandes retos. Quizás el más grande es el preservar la existencia humana y la vida en general frente a la crisis climática que ha desatado la lógica misma de la ganancia y los grandes poderes económicos del mundo. Hoy nuestro sistema interamericano de derechos humanos debe avanzar hacia los derechos de la mujer, de la naturaleza, hacia los derechos sociales y colectivos. La democracia debe dejar de arrinconarse y debe pasar a resolver los grandes problemas de la humanidad. Desde Colombia, creemos que la paz es imperiosa, que las nuevas banderas de la democracia son las de la superación eficaz de las desigualdades y las de la justicia social. Paz, democracia y justicia social son palabras sinónimas que deben convertirse en la verdadera historia de la humanidad.
Ecuador.
Desde el inicio de mi gobierno, el Ecuador se ha destacado como un país defensor de la democracia en todos los ámbitos. Creemos firmemente que la democracia permitirá potenciar el desarrollo económico y el bienestar, así como garantizar la seguridad y la lucha contra el crimen organizado transnacional. Con esa convicción, Ecuador ha cumplido con los compromisos adoptados en la primera cumbre de la democracia. Para fortalecer la eficiencia de la función pública y garantizar la democracia, creamos la plataforma de información abierta para transparentar los datos de contratación pública. Adicionalmente, expedimos la norma interna para la aplicación de gobierno abierto y la política de datos abiertos e implementamos el Programa Nacional Modelo Ecuatoriano de Calidad y Excelencia. En materia de lucha contra la corrupción, hemos establecido la Estrategia Nacional Anticorrupción con 9 líneas de acción a corto, mediano y largo plazo. Se emitió la política antisoborno y se implementó la norma ISO 37001. A fin de promover la adecuada protección de los derechos humanos en democracia, mi gobierno trabaja en un Plan Nacional de Derechos Humanos que se ajuste a las necesidades de la población y a los compromisos nacionales e internacionales del Ecuador. En ese marco, y con miras a llevar adelante acciones específicas enfocadas en el bienestar de las poblaciones más vulnerables, mi gobierno estableció el Código de Conducta enfocado en evitar la explotación sexual, comercial de niñas, niños y adolescentes, y la guía Ecuador, Destino Seguro para las Mujeres. Adicionalmente, se efectúan acciones para verificar el cumplimiento de la contratación de personas con discapacidad y o sustitutos, establecido en las leyes nacionales, para una inclusión social, especialmente en materia de género y diversidades. Creamos el proyecto de inversión de Centros Violeta para atender a mujeres, niñas, niños y adolescentes y además víctimas de cualquier tipo de violencia basada en género. Actualmente hemos organizado cursos y talleres de sensibilización para prevenir la discriminación, acoso y todo tipo de violencia contra la mujer en el ámbito laboral. También creamos el Plan de Acción de Diversidades LGBTI+, 2022-2025, que constituye la primera herramienta para la creación de una adecuada política pública. En el Ecuador, la inclusión no solo se limita al ámbito nacional. Fieles a sus principios de solidaridad, mi gobierno ha procurado ayudar a los hermanos venezolanos que se han radicado en nuestro país. Efectuamos actualmente el segundo proceso de regularización de migrantes venezolanos y se programa la implementación de fases posteriores a fin de garantizar el éxito de esta iniciativa, para lo cual Ecuador seguirá requiriendo apoyo de la comunidad internacional. Mi gobierno está consciente de que la promoción de la democracia requiere de un trabajo dinámico que trascienda simples intenciones. Por ello, hemos identificado pasos adicionales para garantizar un efecto duradero que contribuya a la consolidación de los cimientos democráticos. Ecuador celebra la realización de esta segunda cumbre por la democracia y reitera su compromiso con la promoción de los valores democráticos a nivel nacional, regional y global. Muchas gracias.
Panama.
Excellencies, please receive the warmest greetings from the Panamanian people and the government of the Republic of Panama. History proved democracy is a source of peace and security for the world. At a time when humanity faces great changes and challenges on many fronts, we must act united in the interest of not only our citizens, but of the world's most vulnerable people. This will require, more than ever, to align our decisions and actions with the democratic principles that offer the guarantees of freedom, progress, and respect for human rights. Only a solid democracy can allow us to aspire and to achieve a truly brighter future for the next generation. A future where our people can enjoy common prosperity based on quality government services, functional institutions, transparency, and sustainability. Panama's commitment to democracy is consistent and determined. During the last Summit for Democracy in December 2021, Panama reaffirmed its full support for the initiative and shared our concern on security and transparency. Since then, we have made progress on many fronts, defining long-term state policies for human development. For us, the fight against poverty and inequality is key to maintaining a healthy democracy. In that sense, our administration places great value on the contribution made by Panamanians through the Closing Gaps National Dialogue, the largest citizens' consultation in the history of our country, because it provides a realistic measurement for government decision-making. As part of the action in support of democracy, on January 31st, 2023, Panama hosted the first International Forum for Democracy and Freedom of Expression, with the participation of more than 5 countries, international organizations, civil society, and the press, to debate on the protection of democracy, freedom of expression, digital journalism, among others. We have also established new frameworks and regulations to fight organized crime as an important measure to stop its negative effects on the socioeconomic development of our nation. As a geopolitical strategic hub, Panama is committed to providing a safe environment for our citizens, knowing that it also contributes to regional and hemispheric security. Panama reaffirms its full support to Summit for Democracy and remains true to the core principles of healthy democratic system that puts people development and well-being at the center of decision-making. Thank you very much.
Peru.
I would like to thank the President of the United States, Joseph Biden, for convening and for inviting me to participate in the second Summit for Democracy. I welcome the fact that this event seeks to strengthen democratic systems in the world, confront all types of authoritarianism, fight corruption, promote and protect human rights, and with this, demonstrate that democracies are effective in improving the lives of our citizens and better address the most serious problems facing our societies. This Summit for Democracy is taking place in a particular circumstance for Peru. My country has recently experienced a serious political and social crisis which tested the strength and foundations of democracy and the rule of law. On December 7, 2022, former President Pedro Castillo carried out a coup d'etat by unconstitutionally dissolving Congress, ordering the intervention of the judiciary, the public ministry, the Constitutional Tribunal, and the National Board of Justice, in addition to ordering the arrest of the Attorney General. I assumed the presidency of the Republic within the framework of a constitutional succession and in compliance with the responsibility to my country. During these 3 months of government, I have worked to strengthen the institutional framework and attend the needs and demands of all my compatriots within our democratic framework. I am convinced that reaching a consensus is a key element of democracy. That is why my government has engaged in a broad process of dialogue to get my country out of this difficult phase. This process involves various political actors, social organizations, and productive sectors, and requires going beyond mere ideological and political differences. For Peru and for this president, the promotion of human rights and their protection is another of the fundamental pillars for strengthening governability and the democratic system. My government respects and will continue to respect Peru's human rights international commitments, including the right to legitimate and peaceful protest, always differentiating it from acts of violence against the democratic order and the rule of law. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, today democracy must produce concrete results for our citizens. It must guarantee free and transparent elections, respect freedom of the press and expression, and plurality. But at the same time, it must guarantee in developing countries such as Peru quality healthcare and education, drinking water, highways, bridges, rural roads, security, even more so after the terrible consequences of the pandemic and the environmental calamities of which no country is foreign to. For this reason, my government has launched an ambitious economic reactivation plan with social and productive investments that go directly to household economies and public works in all regions of the country. This plan is called Compunche Peru, which is a local term that means strength, courage, energy, drive, because that is how we Peruvians are, a brave and resilient people, an enterprising people who have suffered great crises and enormous challenges, but have always managed to overcome adversity and flourish. One of those great scourges that has hit my country, and especially the most vulnerable sectors, is corruption and, along with it, impunity, which have been an important source of destabilization of democratic institutions and the rule of law, in addition to the disappointment and frustration of our citizens. We are carrying out a frontal fight against corruption and impunity to eradicate them from the structure of the state and society. Those ominous practices have cost our country of billions of dollars and of its aspirations. We are aware that only through solid regulations, will it be possible to effectively combat corruption. With this purpose in mind, we have been strengthening the national integrity and anti-corruption policy, as well as the national policy against money laundering and terrorist financing. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, currently democracy faces many challenges in our countries. From authoritarian movements that seek to besiege democratic institutional processes and the exercise of legitimately constituted authority, widening the levels of poverty and inequality, problems that have been historically relegated and which deserve an effective response and solution. Today, I can say that Peruvians are convinced that only in democracy will we build justice and development for our peoples. My country has had a hard time recovering its democratic institutions. It is our duty to defend and strengthen them, promoting dialogue, guaranteeing respect for human rights and better living conditions for everyone. Therefore, Peru fully endorses the initiative to create an international coalition to defend and strengthen democracy. Because only in this way can we build fairer, more equitable, more developed, and more democratic societies. Thank you.
Honduras.
Presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and special guests. Democracy is, at the same time, an ideal, a political regime, and a set of values, attitudes, and beliefs. It is the best government form to elevate the human condition to material, cultural, and spiritual higher states. However, today's world is far from that horizon. The defense of democracy is used to wage wars for financial blackmail, blockades, and the discrimination of a few over billions of human beings. Honduras, my country, suffered a devious coup d'etat on June 28, 2009, and for 12 years was subjected to a myriad of biblical plagues provoked by the greed of the economic elites, who simply dedicated themselves to plunder and disarray everything. Today, this noble Central American country is listed among one of the 46 less developed countries of the world. However, there was not a single day during the last decade in which democracy was not invoked to commit the most heinous acts against the people. Many of us and our fellow countrymen paid with exile and blood the price to fight for democracy and against the narco state. Those who sponsored the dictatorship always knew of its illicit association with corruption and organized crime. At the end, everything was confirmed when the leader of this barbarism was taken to a New York prison. Today, we are working with the resistance through peaceful means in the refoundation, because they destroyed what little we had advanced. Because it is not possible to come out of the darkness without changing the exploitation model that destroyed nature and human beings. Because democracy doesn't exist without justice and without well-being for all of society. Inequality and economic dependency associated with violence and the growing misery in the middle of a privatizing environment of monopolies has created an unequal and polarized world. I invite you to build real democracies without discrimination of any kind. I want to close making a call to justice and peace with the clarity of the Honduran thinker José Cecilio del Valle. The forces that united would be impregnable, yet enervated by being divided. Thank you very much.
New Zealand.
Ngā mihi mana kia koutou katoa, mai I toko whenua o Aotearoa, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. It's my privilege to speak to you today, and I'd like to extend my greetings to all of you from here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. New Zealand is proud to participate in the Second Summit for Democracy. We are united here in our shared commitment to democracy and respect for human rights, values that New Zealand holds dearly. Robust democratic institutions play a vital role in promoting these values alongside accountability, good governance, and respect for human rights. I therefore extend my sincere thanks to President Biden and our co-host countries, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and Zambia, for bringing us together for this summit. Since the inaugural Summit for Democracy, the world has continued to grapple with crises: climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and the corrosive impact of coordinated disinformation campaigns intended to undermine our democracies, and those are among the challenges that we all face. It's our relationship with technology that will define our success at sustaining open democratic societies. While technology holds hope for a prosperous, connected future, we've also seen its potential to harm through polarisation and corrosion of our social fabric. These are not challenges that governments on their own can deal with. Our approach must bring together governments, civil society and industry. We must uphold respect for human rights, the rule of law and democratic processes. Here in New Zealand, the Christchurch terrorist attacks in March 2019 saw the murder of 51 members of New Zealand's Muslim community, live streamed for the world to see. Not only was this one of the darkest days in our country's history, it was also a turning point in our understanding of the weaponisation of technology. Our response needed to be local, but also global. Alongside France, we built the Christchurch Call, a multi-stakeholder commitment to action against terrorism and violent extremist content online. The call is founded in the principle that the internet should be a force for good, and that this is the responsibility that's shared among governments, industry and civil society. New Zealand will continue to be strong supporters of multi-stakeholder action in other domains, such as the Freedom Online Coalition, the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, and the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Online Harassment and Abuse. We've also welcomed the opportunity to participate in the democratic cohort focused on securing electoral integrity. Our collaborative efforts have led to the establishment of the Global Network for Securing Electoral Integrity that was officially launched earlier this month. Continuing these efforts, I'm pleased to announce that New Zealand will commit a further $6 million to supporting Pacific countries to safeguard electoral integrity through a new initiative, the Pacific Elections Assistance Program. Developed jointly with the New Zealand Electoral Commission and the United Nations Development Programme in the Pacific, it will bring together Pacific election management bodies for collective learning opportunities, to improve practices and to resolve emerging challenges. We're proud to do our bit to promote free and fair elections in the Pacific, alongside the support we already provide for regional anti-corruption efforts. The work of achieving effective democratic governance is never finished. Ongoing collaborative work is still needed to ensure our democracy and others around the world continue to remain inclusive, vibrant and relevant for its citizens. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Marshall Islands.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to bring you warm greetings of Yahweh at this second Summit for Democracy. My fellow leaders, 1 year ago, we convened together as nations united in our common commitment to ensuring fundamental freedoms and advancing core human rights in the pursuit of sustainable development, peace, democracy, and security, never as upholding these values in the face of increasing authoritarianism, oppression, and aggression being more important. A free, open, resilient, and prosperous Pacific Islands region requires innovative and coordinated cooperation that effectively filters through and meaningfully impacts all levels of governance and local communities as an atoll nation within the wider Pacific. Our sustainable development remains uniquely challenged due to our underlying vulnerabilities in health and the environment. At the same time, our already high degree of susceptibility to external disruption and shocks continue to outpace our ability to recover. Even as we try to tackle difficult development challenges, sea level rise threatens to subsume our low-lying island nations. Yet, we know we will not be able to effectively address these stark challenges with our democratic system and our own and open debate it enables. The shared commitment to democracy and human rights by the Pacific Islands Forum and our own compact of free association with the United States both stand as important examples of how democracies can work together to secure an international rules-based order and continue to build a bright future for our youngest generations. Our forefathers boldly ventured the vast and unknown Pacific Ocean, responding to the constant challenges of maintaining our bare existence on our small islands, building the foundations of what is now a relatively young democracy. The Marshall Islands reaffirms our commitment to responding to the ever-evolving and constant challenges that threaten our free and open societies, democracy, and rule of law. We will continue to work together with democracies around the world in ensuring the freedom to openly choose our governments, to effectively address corruption, and to advance core human rights. Kumol
Australia.
Democracy is a vital and precious institution, and as events across the world keep reminding us, it's not something we should ever take for granted. Its health and strength depend on people putting up their hand, engaging with their community, and participating in the contest of ideas. Free and fair elections are of course vital to democracy, but democracy is so much more. Democracy is respect. It is inclusion and it is cooperation. It is conversation and debate. It is robust argument and the desire to find common ground. Democracy provides the transparency and integrity that are essential to establishing trust between a people and the government that represents them. I've always believed that the strongest antidote to the corrosive forces of cynicism and division, and the most compelling argument in favour of democracy, is not an abstract or a theoretical one. It is about demonstrating the capacity of government to improve lives, delivering for people, repaying their faith, proving worthy of their trust, living up to our shared values, finding common purpose amid differences, and implementing the reforms that change a nation and the world for the better. The programs and policies that open up the doors of opportunity and enhance our shared security and prosperity. In Australia, we're ensuring democratic resilience with the establishment of a strengthening democracy task force in our government. We have joined the global network for securing electoral integrity, and we're providing support for free and fair elections in the Pacific and in Southeast Asia, supporting good governance and providing electoral assistance. We're ramping up the fight against corruption with a new Australian National Anti-Corruption Commission, and we remain vigilant against foreign interference. Crucially, we're protecting one of the essential pillars of any democracy that's worth the name, and that is a free, independent and fearless media. These are all key ingredients that together make up the democracy that is a core part of who we as Australians are as a people. It needs to be nourished, protected, cared for and treated with respect. And that is exactly what we're doing.
Indonesia.
His Excellency President Biden, dear leaders, distinguished participants, this forum brings together world leaders to discuss how democracy can continue to bring benefits for our people. Amidst the multiple crises facing our world today, many have begun to lose their trust in democracy. Democracy's relevance also continues to be questioned. Therefore, it has become our collective responsibility to prove that democracy works and delivers. To this end, allow me to share 2 points. First, democracy must be inclusive. Democracy cannot be carried out in an exclusive manner. Democracy cannot be used as a containment tool in international relations. Democracy must provide the same opportunities for all to thrive and contribute. All voices must be heard, all interests must be considered. Second, democracy must benefit the people. As we are speaking in an international forum, the people in this case means the international citizenry. We must all contribute in efforts to ensure that democracy delivers peace and stability and not the opposite, deepening rivalries. Peace and stability is very important, extremely important for development. Developing countries need peace and development. We do not want to see rivalries, instability, and conflict. Indonesia is committed to utilize democracy as a tool to foster friendships and to create a better world. Let us use democracy to end tensions. Let us use democracy to build the world. Thank you.
Guaranteed forever either. These values